Annual contract and you get Wi-Fi equipment included, plus add Now TV with Peacock Premium, a $5.99 a month value included at no extra cost for just $20 a month. Switch today. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Now TV requires Xfinity Internet, taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet after promo. Regular rates apply to Internet service and Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
yeah,
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Troy, I'm depressed. Bitches RV and American Fork is killing it.
What's depressing about that?
Stewart's RV managers and staff are still here, so we've got the same incredible customer service.
That's good.
And we brought in new RV brands like Ember RV and GoPlay Travel Trailers.
Also good.
And now you can shop hundreds more RVs at bitches.com.
Still waiting for the sad part.
I'm used to being a mentor, but I'm turning into a manatee.
You do have the same shape. Bish's RV is now open in American Fork. Come see us at the previous Stewart's RV or at our North Salt Lake location. Bish's RV, where memories begin.
Spend some time with the ones you love in one of the most unique dining experiences in Utah. Five All's Restaurant has 5 stars, 5 courses, and is a step back in time.
At Intermountain Primary Children's Hospital, we made a bold promise to build the nation's model health system for children. Join us in realizing our vision for the future of pediatric care. So together, we can expand primary children's impact and ensure every child has access to the right care at the right place at the right time. For a century, Primary Children's has kept the child first and always. Help us continue to do so for the next 100 years. To get involved, visit primarypromise.org.
Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. And here's Andy Farnsworth.
Still looking at delays on I-15 between 7200 South, 5300 South. That'll add an extra 3 or 4 minutes to your drive through the valley this morning if you have to go past those 2 exits. They also have some slowdowns if you want to switch on to I-80 in South Salt Lake over by State Street. Still have busy traffic on Foothill going up towards 17th South. Davis County clear of delays. Utah County Freeway back to the speed limit. If your car due for some extra love, Burt Brothers is here for your vehicle's routine maintenance, all done by their ASE certified technicians. Burt Brothers, affordable, complete auto care done better. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather, a high of 82 today with a chance of showers around the state. Temperatures drop tomorrow and it gets windy as a cold front moves in. Then the heaviest rain is expected on Friday with a high of only 63 degrees. Right now it's 68 degrees at KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com. Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio.
I think we can all agree that something has to be done to deal with immigration, illegal immigration. Where everybody seems to disagree is who's responsible to fix the issue. We're going to solve it today on the show, Dave.
Well, we clearly don't all agree on that because we haven't done anything for decades and decades. Because we're thousands of miles away from the border, we don't worry about it. And that is the problem nationwide. It's 9:07. It's time for the launch.
Sequence engaged.
And here are 3 things Debbie wants you to know.
Countdown. 3.
In our 11 o'clock hour, let's talk about $1.5 billion. That's taxpayer dollars. We're going to go in depth about how much the lack of water depth in the Great Salt Lake could cost taxpayers. There's a new report out. We're going to have it for you. Why the cost? Well, because of toxic dust. The good news is the lake's gone up. The bad news is the lake hasn't gone up nearly enough. Here's Ben Steyer with the Utah Division of Forestry, Fire, and State Lands, speaking about the lake.
Hopefully, through conservation and another good snowpack, we may get there in the next year or two.
Okay, how much was it going to cost?
$1.5 billion.
Okay, I think that is way undershooting what it's going to cost. Yeah,
Why?
because we've learned this. California has dealt with this exact problem. It's called Owens Lake. It went dry decades ago. Right. They have spent $2.5 billion trying to keep dust down.
Is it the size of the Great Salt Lake?
Debbie, it's a fraction. The Great Salt Lake at its peak was 3,300 square miles. Owens Lake is 100 square miles. And they've spent $2.5 billion. It would be a bargain if we got off with just $1.5 billion.
Countdown to...
Former Congressman Jason Chaffetz considering a return to Utah politics, the Senate, governor. Which one is it going to be? It's been 6 years since he last held office. More from his conversation with KSL News Radio reporter Lindsay Aerts.
To be able to help the state of Utah be in Utah, that has, I think, ultimately more appeal to me than running for the United States Senate.
Okay, so hint, hint. Will he run for a political spot here in Utah? Let's remember, he resigned his House seat 6 years ago. Our very own political expert, Leah Murray, says, out of office, out of mind.
And I like how you just said that. It's trying to stay in the news, and no one's looking at you anymore, right? Because you're not someone who's important, and all of that becomes problematic for people trying to run for higher office.
For me, it's not just about relevancy. I'm salty that he left office early to join Fox News. We elected you, and you resign 6 months later. 6 months into a 2-year term, that is a deal breaker for me.
Launch countdown 1.
An immigration attorney calling out Governor Spencer Cox and, to be fair, the 24 other Republican governors after they wrote a letter sent to President Biden that all states are border states. We're going to get into what that letter says, and they're demanding the president act now. Deal with illegal immigration at the southern and northern borders. But let's listen to what that immigration attorney says about that letter.
Can somebody explain then to me, why is this letter actually not going to the people that have been procrastinating and perpetuating the problem, which is Congress?
Well, I think the reason they sent it to the White House is because the job of the executive branch is to execute the laws. There are laws on the book right now, immigration laws, asylum-seeking laws that are being ignored all over the place. The reason you send it to the White House is because it's their job to make sure the laws are followed. There's laws on the books, folks. We're just ignoring them.
Dave and Dujanovic.
The launch.
Commence.
Dave and Dujanovic. Special coverage of the top national story.
Let's start with talking about the letter. In a moment, we're going to talk about what the immigration attorney told our very own Hugo Ricard Bell, because there's a lot more to his concerns about that letter than what you just heard. You're going to hear more of that in just a moment. It's certainly not all that surprising to me that the 25 governors who signed the letter to the President Biden, are all Republican governors. But one of the nation's staunchest Democratic governors is also, she's been leaning on President Biden to get going, and that is New York Governor Kathy Hochul.
This crisis originated with the federal government, and it must be resolved through the federal government. The borders and decisions about who can work are solely determined by the federal government.
And this isn't just coming from New York's governor. This is coming from a much more granular level from New York's mayor, Eric Adams, is saying the exact same thing, that so many of these immigrants are coming to New York not only because of their cozy immigration policies, but because it's costing them millions and millions of dollars right now that they were unprepared for.
Good. This is a holistic problem. Everybody needs to weigh in, and not just Republicans, not just Democrats. Everybody has to get all hands on deck, and this has been going on for decades, right? This is nothing new, and we're sick and tired of talking about the same problem over and over. Now, that letter that the governors wrote, the Republican governors, I want to be specific, says, as a result of your policies, Mr. President, which incentivize illegal immigration, our states are carrying the burden of both the years-long surge in illegal border crossings. Shelters are full, food pantries empty, law enforcement strained, and aid workers exhausted. Are Utah's food pantries empty?
No.
Okay. Well, then that's hyperbole. That's hyperbole. I have not heard that Utah's food pantries are empty. But we do know that there's this big problem at the border. Somebody's got to do something about it. But it's not just the president's problem. It is also Congress's problem. Stop pointing fingers at each other.
Well, it certainly is Congress's problem. As you said, it is a holistic problem. But the question I have is, why are we not enforcing the laws that are on the books right now? Everyone thinks that new laws need to be passed all the time.
Which laws?
Well,
which laws are not being enforced?
Well,
do we have enough people to enforce them, Dave?
Well, it's a great question, and we obviously do not have enough people to enforce them. We don't have enough judges to process. How long does it take if you cross the border and the laws say you have to have, obviously, a hearing? How long is it before you get that hearing?
Right.
Years.
Yeah, we looked
before
into that.
you get a hearing.
Remember,
Yeah.
I did that little experiment to figure out how long it would take somebody to get a hearing, and it was years to get a hearing.
So you want to fix this problem. You're right. It is absolutely a holistic approach. But how many times have we talked to the mayor of Yuma, one of these border towns, where he says people will cross the border, they will be arrested, detained, and released on the same day. And we have lost millions of folks we have no idea where they're at right now, with the promise of, well, hopefully they come back for their hearing in 18 months or years
The governors
later.
point that out in this letter to the president. 1.6 million crossers have evaded apprehension. That's according to what these 25 Republican governors have said in their letter. But remember, I mean, the president did try to deal with the border. He put Vice President Kamala Harris in charge. And then she went to Guatemala, and in 2021, here's an abbreviated version of her message that really said nothing.
Do not come. Do not come.
All right, let's get to the other side of this story. If the president isn't going to solve the problem, then who should? The immigration attorney that we're going to hear from in just a few moments says, you can't just keep writing letters to the president, Govs. You can't just keep penning letters to the White House.
Can somebody explain then to me, why is this letter actually not going to the people that have been procrastinating and perpetuating the problem, which is Congress?
Dave and Dujanovic. Hey, stay right here for more of Dave and Dujanovic.
And tomorrow morning, come back here for news, traffic updates, and reliable weather.
Join us to have a listen. Tim and Amanda.
Your morning companions for news.
Jeff Kaplan.
His Minute of News is great. It's always entertaining.
I listen to Jeff Kaplan every day.
He gives you important news and traffic and the familiar voice that helps you enjoy the ride home.
I really like Jeff's Minute of News. He's calm and he's balanced.
I really enjoy driving home and just listening to what he's got to say.
Jeff Kaplan gets me home every day.
Join the community that relies on Jeff Kaplan. He has you covered. Afternoons from 3 to 7 on KSL News Radio.
You know, for the last couple of weeks, I just kind of keep chuckling when I think about my SOTA weight loss journey. SOTA's SOTA, state-of-the-art weight loss, because it is. And the reason I've been chuckling is because often when you hear about a program, you start thinking, does it work? Does it work? I can honestly say no one's ever asked me if SOTA weight loss works. Why? Because the results don't lie. I've lost 37 pounds. People can see it. They see the energy. They see what I'm able to do. And they don't want to know, does it work? They want to know, how does it work? And it works because you have your own nutritionist. You have one-on-one consultations. You get to the root cause. It's a really all points of the compass approach to emotional eating, your habits, getting the right nutrition to your body at the right time. And it's all so simple. And it works. The results don't lie. So you don't have to ask, does SOTA work? It works. The results don't lie. I'll tell you how it works. It works because it's an extraordinary group and it's impacting people all around the country. As I always say, when it comes to your soda weight loss journey, no time to lose, only time to win. I've been doing this for over 20 months now. Start winning with Soda Weight Loss, SOTAweightloss.com.
Yeah, I'm so stressed. Our business is growing. We've got people all over now.
Ooma.
What is that? Meditation?
I'm recommending the Ooma cloud phone system with auto attendant and more than 50 features.
Ooma?
Yep, switching to Ooma is a cinch. Just $24.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Now you're feeling it. Find small business calm at ooma.com/radio. That's OOMA.com/radio.
Attorney Joe Cordell. Business owners and professionals face special challenges in divorce court. In addition to everything else going on, they have to contend with allegations that they are earning more than they are, coupled with claims on their business or practice itself. Clients with assets depend on their divorce lawyer's skills in these matters, and that's why it's so important to hire someone that has those skills. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's Salt Lake City area attorneys. 910 West Legacy Center Way, Suite 120, Midvale, Utah, 84047.
Fall is full of festivals and fun in Logan. The first annual Center Street Giant Pumpkin Festival is Saturday, September 23rd. These gargantuous gourds tip the scales at more than 1,500 pounds. The winner of the weigh-off wins cash and the title of Center Street Giant. Watch a professional pumpkin carver at work on a 300-pound pumpkin. There'll be free showings of It's the Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown, a family scavenger hunt, activities for kids, pumpkin and harvest-featured foods, a beer garden, music and dancing, and more. Then, it's time for the third annual Free Cache Valley Cheese and Dairy Festival, September 29th and 30th. Free samples, live music, kids' activities, and food trucks. Workshops where you can fine-tune your taste buds for gourmet cheese tasting, make an eye-popping charcuterie board, or taste dark chocolate from around the world. Dutch oven dinner, and so much more. Get a hotel, round up your herd, and head to Logan, Utah to fall in love with fall. ExploreLogan.com. ExploreLogan.com.
Pelvic congestion syndrome, or pelvic venous congestion, is an important but often overlooked cause of chronic pelvic pain. It's estimated that up to 30% of patients with chronic pelvic pain may actually suffer from a symptomatic pelvic venous disorder. IVC, the leading interventional vascular and vein center in Utah for over 15 years, is here to help. Typical symptoms of pelvic venous congestion include dull achiness and heaviness in the pelvis, often made worse by prolonged standing. Well, it can often be successfully treated with a minimally invasive procedure called embolization. Pelvic venous embolization requires little or no downtime and is performed in an outpatient setting. Nearly 85% of women treated experience significant relief of their symptoms. If you suffer from the symptoms of pelvic venous congestion, let the experts at IVC help. Visit ivein.com for more or call 801-379-6700 today. As IVC has been saying for years, life starts when the pain stops.
Advanced Window Products. From their factory to your front door in 8 weeks. Affordable windows guaranteed. 801-850-9100 or advancedwindowsusa.com.
With the three things you need to know this hour, I'm Amanda Dixon. First, a report says Utah taxpayers could end up paying over $1 billion to mitigate dust coming from the dried-up lake bed around the Great Salt Lake. Second, Senator Mitt Romney says Washington lawmakers will need help from experts to regulate artificial intelligence as it becomes a bigger part of our lives. And third, the Heber-Camas Ranger District is going to be doing a controlled burn of 100 acres about 20 miles east of Heber. People who see smoke in the area don't need to report it. Right now, it's 68 degrees in Salt Lake City. Back to Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic. Special coverage of the top national story.
Utah Governor Spencer Cox is signing a letter with 24 other Republican governors across the United States, shipping it off to President Biden, landing presumably in the Oval Office. It demands that the president do something about immigration, saying that all states are border states, that this is costing the taxpayers millions of dollars, and that millions of people have immigrated illegally on the president's watch. But there's another side to this. Utah immigration attorney Carlos Trujillo points this out. He's got a different perspective.
If somebody explained then to me, why is this letter actually not going to the people that have been procrastinating and perpetuating the problem, which is Congress?
And the problem I have with that statement there is it's the assumption that Congress has not done anything. Well, there's all sorts of laws on the book. I mean, if you were to try to read, it would take you years to read all of the immigration laws that have been passed. They're not being enforced. And in my opinion, that falls directly on the executive branch. Their job, the executive branch, is to enforce the laws, not create laws. Is to enforce the laws, and they haven't done it.
But he is an immigration attorney. Hugo Ricard-Bell, you spoke in depth to him, and so he deals with this on the ground with the people who are trying to get across the border legally. Hugo, does he feel like the governors are misplacing blame in total?
Well, yeah, I would say that was my take from him. He certainly has probably a more personal perspective on individuals that he deals with when it comes to this. He does say that, Congress are the ones that have the power to do. I think they're looking for, new laws to help with the issue because, I think as we've been talking for the last 6 months, the old laws haven't done a lot, so to speak. But really talking to him, I mean, he just sort of feels the letter does fall short. It does sort of ring similar to, I suppose, the hype that we heard from Republican lawmakers and people in the Republican Party about Title 42 and what that was going to do. And then obviously when it did drop, it was kind of a little bit underwhelming, I think, for a lot of people. So he was very fired up at basically, some of the statistics and some of the numbers that were getting thrown around there that he just sort of felt weren't actually as accurate to the story.
You mean like the numbers, the data that the governors put in the letter? For example, they say here that 244 people on the terrorist watch list were stopped trying to cross the southern border in the past 2 years, which is an all-time record.
Which to me seems like a good thing.
That they were caught?
Stopped and caught. So I was I don't really know what tone that line was written in, but that was a good example. I think he also said that, this puts a lot more, too much focus on Mexico, where I can't remember the exact statistic, but a vast majority of our immigration are coming from countries like Venezuela and Guatemala, and they're actually legal because America's granted asylum.
Yeah, and the argument would be that the asylum seekers are taking advantage of the asylum laws, which are far more generous than the immigration laws.
Hugo, I want to play more of your interview with Carlos Trujillo, the attorney who is an expert on immigration. Can I play that?
Yeah, okay. and this first little snippet might answer your question, Dave, before.
Okay, let's listen.
I myself don't agree with everything this administration is doing with immigration. However, they're showing some willingness to find ways for legal immigration. However, the administration has been sued multiple times because of programs that the administration and the Biden administration is putting to work. And they say in these lawsuits, this is not under the Constitution, this is not something that should be falling under the president, that the president does not have power to do these things, that Congress should be passing laws. So can somebody explain then to me, why are the 25 governors sending something to the president?
So can you elaborate on that, Hugo? Is he saying that the president has attempted to implement new policies to deal with immigration, but that he gets sued and then can't follow through?
Yeah, that comment there, and obviously, the interview that I did with Carlos took 20 minutes, so we can't play the whole thing. But when he elaborated on that point with me, he was basically saying like it's a little bit hypocritical because a lot of the attorney generals that are suing, they're from Republican states. It's basically sort of saying, well, his take is, they're asking all of this from President Biden, but at the same time suing the administration.
Okay.
This is where I would agree with him, is Congress holds the purse strings. So if you want to fund additional programs, which is, I think, what he is talking about, is President Biden is trying to implement some of this stuff, but that has to be paid for. It can only be paid for through Congress. So Congress has not freed up money for more border judges, more border patrol, more processing agents. In fact, we've seen the National Guard being sent down to just be processors. And that is not how it's supposed to work. So I would absolutely agree with him that you need money, you need resources, and that does only come through Congress.
And to the point you said just moments ago, Hugo, that this is not just an issue with Mexico. We also have immigration at the northern border, and immigrants are coming from other countries.
One of the things that gets thrown around because it's a human thing, the fentanyl problem that we have in this country. It is a sad problem. It needs to stop. One too many deaths because of fentanyl. We have candidates now saying that they're ready to send troops into Mexico once they become the president. Wow, so they are willing to do something where they think is the origin of the problem. Great, but let's take that example and somebody tell me, what are we doing about the origin of the problem that is coming out of Venezuela, that is coming out of Nicaragua, that is coming out of Haiti and out of Cuba? Because we're not doing anything.
And I think that speaks to something that gets conflated quite often is immigration and the drug trafficking. You know, it's like, oh, it's all happening together. No, you've got drug trafficking. That needs to be one conversation. And immigration, that needs to be another conversation. We can't just lump together the millions and millions of people that have been detained just, this year and just assume that they're all drug traffickers. That is absolutely absurd.
Yeah, there are a lot of different things that come across the border from different places. It's sort of like going to the shops. Different aisles have different things. And, that's one thing that this letter did sort of really point out was the connection with fentanyl and that sort of crisis, which I don't think anyone would ever deny that is a crisis. Yeah. But it does put that pressure or that focus on Mexico, which when it comes to immigration, a lot of the experts are saying that Mexico is such a minor part of that.
Yeah, and absolutely, as you said, a lot of these asylum seekers are coming from, these places like Nicaragua and Venezuela, no question.
But guys, Carlos didn't disagree with everything in the letter. There is one thing that the letter does really highlight, and that is the stress on resources at a state and a local level, and just the sheer cost of this influx of immigration, both legal and illegal. And sort of this is what he had to say about that.
Let me find that. Sorry.
They are part of the letters that are very important that we should be talking about, like what is happening in New York. The fact that a lot of the resources are, scarce, that the states are having a hard time dealing with the influx. I think that's the conversation we should be having.
Hugo Ricard Bell, thank you for joining us. I love talking to the immigration attorney that has been on the front lines, that has been dealing with this. It's a great perspective. Thank you.
9:30 at KSL News Radio. I'm Amanda Dixon. Our top story this hour, a new legislative audit is warning mitigating dust from the Great Salt Lake's exposed lake bed could cost taxpayers $1.5 billion. A recent report in the Great Salt Lake Collaborative shows that cost will keep going up if the lake keeps shrinking.
Dust is not an issue if it's covered by water. So the more water we can get to flow over Farmington Bay and Bear River Bay, the better.
Great Salt Lake Basin Planner with the Division of Water Resources, Laura Vernon, says getting the water levels up will take some time. The lake still needs to rise between 6 and 7 feet before it's healthy again. With Senator Mitt Romney not running for re-election, one name that's been rumored to run for his seat is Jason Chaffetz. He says he's not actively pursuing it, though he's not closing the door completely.
At some point, not probably in 2024, but maybe in 2028, I've kept the door really wide open on potentially running for governor. To be able to help the state of Utah, be in Utah, that has, I think, ultimately more appeal to me than running for the United States Senate.
Chaffetz says he's happy as a Fox News commentator and later specified that he's not planning to run against Governor Cox next year. Our top national story now. The Federal Reserve wraps up its latest meeting today and should announce if it's going to raise interest rates again. ABC's Daria Albinger has more.
Inflation is improving, but not as quickly as the Federal Reserve would like. Still, many analysts expect the central bank's Open Markets Committee to announce today it's leaving interest rates unchanged. The latest consumer price and producer price indices both show increases month to month, but decreases year over year. The Fed could resume its increases as early as November.
We will pass along the Fed's decision station as soon as it's announced. Your money at this moment, the Dow right now is up 179. That's 0.5%. We're at 34,697. Coming up, rain at the end of the work week. KSL weather is next. KSL News Time, 9:32. Mornings can be hard enough, just getting yourself going.
We try to make it a little easier with news and weather from comfortable, trusted anchors and reporters.
Join us on Utah's Morning News between 5 and 9
on KSL News Radio.
Deb, coming up in a little bit, we're going to talk about new cars, and I want to tell you, over the last week, I've been looking for a new electric vehicle. You've been badgering me for so long. I'm starting to look. I'm looking seriously. But then I thought, oh, you know what? I'm going to have to get an EV charging station. That's not something I'm going to do. I'm going to call Master Electrical.
I'm glad you're going to call Master Electrical, and I want to be there when you plug that new EV car into that new electrical outlet you have to have put in at your house. Master Electrical does everything you can think of. Get rid of the idea that you're going to DIY any sort of electrical job. Just give Master Electrical a call. They have this upfront pricing guarantee that I guarantee you are going to love. The price you're quoted at the beginning of the job before it even gets started is the price you pay when things wrap up.
Yeah, they know that whole bid process can be frustrating when they give you one bid, but when the bill comes, it is higher. That doesn't happen with them.
And they told us when we sat down for a conversation with one of the owners that their software program doesn't even allow them to increase the price.
Yeah, you don't get the upcharge.
It is the upfront pricing guarantee, and the phone number is 801-543-2222, 801-543-2222.
Yeah, from Logan to Santa Quin, check them out online at masterelectrical.com.
Fall is here, the season to relax and reconnect with loved ones in a beautiful Bullfrog Spa. This week only, you'll save up to $3,600 off MSRP with special financing for 24 months. Plus, get a free in-spa audio system upgrade valued at up to $1,649. Hurry in. The fall hot tub sale ends Monday at your nearby Bullfrog Spa's factory store. Find your nearest store at bullfrogfactorystores.com.
Bullfrog Spas. Peaceful body, peaceful mind, peaceful home.
Happy 62nd birthday, Granddad.
Thanks, sweetheart.
I got you this.
A mug. Oh, thank you. What does it say? Beware. If you are 60 or older, you may be at increased risk of hospitalization from RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, compared to adults younger than 60.
Not all dangers come with warning labels. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV today. Learn more at bewareofrsv.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. And here's Heather Kelly.
Well, we've got a new crash in Taylorsville. This is on the on-ramp from southbound Redwood Road to go eastbound I-215. So that's that cloverleaf ramp that does a great big circle. The vehicle's over on the left shoulder. Cars can still get by, it looks like, but you just may have some delays in the area. The good news is everybody else along the Wasatch Front is traveling at speed now. Live at the Eccles presents Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat in concert. Opens tomorrow. Tickets and information at live.eccles.com. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather now, partly cloudy skies, a chance of a few stray showers today, a high of 82. We'll get more showers to round out the week and have rain and 63 degrees on Friday. Right now it's cloudy and 67 at KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
David Dujanovic.
Utah's ranked as the best state overall by U.S. News and World Report this year. Yay! We have maintained the top spot for best economic outlook for the 16th year in a row. That's according to richer states and poorer states. There's been an analysis, right? But when it comes to taxes, we are paying more than the national average.
The Utah Taxpayers Association does an incredible job of tracking our taxes because it is impossible. You cannot do it on your own. You will leave out taxes. You will forget, oh, I paid taxes on that? I think you just had that experience at the grocery store the other day.
I'm going to get into that in just a moment.
You're like,
it wasn't.
Wait, I got to pay taxes on that?
It wasn't so much the experience at the grocery store. It was my experience trying to figure out what I was taxed for at the grocery store once I got home and looked up the literal matrix and the flow chart.
Yeah, there's a flow chart
that the state has regarding this doggone grocery tax that we get stuck with. But go ahead, Dave.
One of my favorite things that the Utah Taxpayers Association does is they do this list. It's called Bob and Brooke Beehive. Surprise, surprise. This is a fictional family. This does not actually exist. But this is the average Utah family. So what they do is they say, hey, the average Utah family makes about $86,000 a year here in Utah. But I'm going to add up all of the taxes that they pay. It's $24,817 in taxes. You make 86, you pay 24 in taxes, almost 25,000 in taxes.
That's for everything.
Yeah, that's for everything. And what's so shocking about that little number? Hardly any of that is federal tax because they don't make enough. Federal tax is not even hardly a fraction of this 25,000.
So it's like sales tax and property tax,
income
and stuff
tax,
that nickels and dimes
gasoline tax, that awful, terrible, horrible cell phone bill tax. You would not believe how you're taxed on your cell phone. I'm not even going to tell you what it is because it's the highest tax percentage that you pay probably in the world.
Well,
okay.
Why would you tell us what it is? What is it, a secret? Okay.
Rusty, do you remember what it is? It was something like 100%. It was something bonkers.
Yeah, the cell phone tax is really high. It's in the high 20% range. I don't have it in front of me, but it's somewhere around 28% on your cell phone bill.
Rusty
It's
Cannon.
worse than a credit card. Okay.
Rusty Cannon with Utah Taxpayers Association. So the organization, the Taxpayers Association, does this report or review. And what did you look at taxes compared to income to say that we're like number one in paying taxes in the entire country?
Yeah, so the report we put out yesterday is how Utah compares, where we go in usually every year or two and say, okay, how do we compare as an overall tax and fee burden with other states? So just to sum it up, we are higher than the national average and far higher than the surrounding states. So on average, let's use simple numbers. Let's say household income combined is 100,000, so we have a round number.
Okay.
You give up about 15.4% of that personal income of 100,000 in taxes in Utah. If you go south to Arizona, it's only 10.4%, $5,000 less in taxes and fees if you move to Arizona. And it's similar with the other surrounding states. So the point of this report is to not only illustrate that, but to remind everybody that we are not the coolest kid in the room right now. We have a lot of work to do on tax policy, and that opens up that whole other conversation.
Rusty, where are these popping up? Because as I've looked at your reports, it astounds me how many different ways I'm being taxed. Is there something specifically that you look at and think, oh, wow, this is an egregious tax or fee?
Well, the most harmful one is income, right? And people typically pay a higher amount in state income tax than federal due to all the credits and deductions we get on the federal level. But equally irritating for most people is property tax. That's, another conversation. We're actually already working with legislators to plan for some property tax relief bills this upcoming session, which we're excited about. People are, quite upset about that. But we still need to put downward pressure on our income tax rate. We are too high. We've been too high for a long time, and other states are moving ahead of us. For many reasons, we need to get that as a lower burden.
If I were looking to move out west and I was comparing states and the cost to live in each state, I would think this tax analysis would be key in making it. Hopefully, I'd realize that. But to pay about $400 or $500 less a month in taxes, it would be very inviting to pick another state to move to.
You're exactly right. And that's the case we're trying to make, is that we cannot take our foot off the gas pedal in trying to remain competitive. We've been a little bit ahead of the game the last decade or two, and therefore we've kind of, sat high on that hill. But other states are chasing us and passing us. States like Arizona, back east, you have North Carolina has done an amazing job. They're attracting businesses and individuals. Everybody's fleeing California, and we're catching that, here in Utah as well. But they're going to a lot of other states as well. And this starts to matter when your tax base isn't growing like you want it to. And so this is the stuff that we think about every day as sort of the tax nerds in the room. But it really does matter.
Well, and Dave, you pointed this out, and I think this is an excellent point when you made the comparison that the Taxpayers Association makes. I mean, you're familiar with this, Rusty, as well, using Bob and Brooke Beehive, who make $86,000 a year combined income, that they're paying about $2,000 a month out of that income just in taxes. That's wild.
Well, and there's not just income tax. You have the property and sales tax, but we have that three-legged stool. My concern though is if, say, we do reduce the income tax, aren't savvy politicians just going to make it up elsewhere in property taxes or sales taxes? Because that's what other states do. The ones that don't even have a state income tax, they just make it up on the other side.
You're exactly right. Now, it's not as egregious in Utah. I mean, California, that's the insane asylum of tax policy. I mean, we see it, and it's if it wasn't so bad, it would be comical. But that is the problem. You're right. It's government spending on a state level and especially on a local level is what drives all this. And so we need to change the conversation to make sure that's what we're focusing on and pushing back on. That's really the root of the whole problem, is growth in government spending over and over. It's been that way for the last 100 years since our association's been around. The story has not changed. We're talking about the same things that they did in the 1920s that everybody's mad about. The numbers change, but that is the root of the problem.
Rusty, I see this problem just right in my face every time I go to the grocery store. And I know the grocery tax, people say, well, that's just such a small amount. I only paid a couple of bucks the other night in tax on the groceries that I bought. But I went to the state's website, and I actually bought some nutritional supplements. So I wanted to figure out if those nutritional supplements were taxed. Don't ask me why. I was bored on a Monday night. So I Googled tax.utah.gov, and for the grocery tax section of this, the state has first of all, a flow chart on how grocery tax breaks down. And then they have this matrix, this food matrix of what we get taxed on and what we don't get taxed on at the grocery store. And then it gets into examples like bakery items, if you sell them without providing eating utensils, or deli items. And when is that tax just going to go away?
That's retailers had to figure that out, back in the early 2000s when they, started reducing the state sales tax on food, and they've got the system in place. But as you can see, it's complicated. Yeah, it's almost comical to see, but that's what gets you the reduced rate on what they call unprepared food and those types of things. But if you just squeak it into another category, you'll pay the full sales tax based on that complicated matrix. But they've had it figured out for a while, but when you look into it, it's pretty complicated.
It's almost, you use the word complicated. That's a nice word. I called it silly the other night when I finished looking at it.
Yeah, I call it crazy town for sure. I mean, come on, this is tax code, and you shouldn't have a food flow chart of taxation. Rusty Cannon, thank you for joining us, Utah Taxpayers Association.
What a wake-up call. What a wake-up call. All of these taxes that are adding up, nickel and diming us to the point where we're not the cool kids in town when it comes to how much taxes we're paying. We're paying a lot more, $5,000 a year more than surrounding states.
Which probably speaks to why we have billions of dollars in surplus. Billions of dollars in surplus every single year, at least the last several years, where we've had a lot of money because we're taxing it 12 days to Sunday.
Straight ahead, the United Auto Workers threatening to continue to strike and make the strike even bigger if an agreement is not reached by this Friday. And Dave wants to talk about that could be the reason why cars have never been more expensive to buy. And he's going to tell us why next.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Did you know Utah has just one all-new station in the morning?
It's this one. Weekday mornings between 5 and 9.
Start your days with us. We're Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon.
Your morning companions for news.
Is shopping for medical supplies online leaving you feeling intimidated and overwhelmed? Hi, I'm Jay Broadbent with Alpine Home Medical. I want to share a real customer story with you.
The moment I walked into Alpine, I felt cared for. They pulled me into a private room, and the Alpine professional happily set up my CPAP machine, explaining everything I needed to know. The service didn't stop there. After I went home, Alpine called me a week later just to check on me. These guys really are the experts. Before Alpine, I was so stressed trying to navigate what I needed online by myself, but all the stress went away when I went to their store. They really do deserve 5 stars.
We know when you walk through our doors, you deserve to be cared for. Stop by any of our 11 locations and discover the Alpine Home Medical difference. When you need assistance, we're here for you.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
AlpineHomeMedical.com.
Hi, this is Doug Wright, and you've heard me talk about my friends at NPS. They've been serving customers in Salt Lake City and the surrounding areas since 1968. A lot of people are asking me, and I was curious too, why are the NPS prices so very low? Well, the business started with a simple concept of assisting other businesses with their overstock, refused and unclaimed and even damaged merchandise, and it grew from there to where it is today, being able to offer every customer the same incredible pricing, 30 to 70% off on any given day. And then the additional specials, it is remarkable. NPS has 4 retail outlets, plus an online store and auctions each week with items from everyday necessities to unique products. Everything from groceries, produce, frozen, deli, clothes, clothing, accessories, home decor, electronics, hardware and tools, arts and crafts, health and beauty. It goes on and on. Orem, Salt Lake, Layton, you're going to love NPS.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No, we tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our clients' best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured, so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly, different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Is it time to replace your roof? Intermountain West Contractors can finish most projects in just one day using top-tier quality materials at an affordable price. Visit IWCRoofing.com.
Hi, I'm Heather Kelly with KSL News Radio. I have a podcast, Money Making Sense. My passion is to help people keep more money in their pockets by learning how to cut costs.
Unplugging unused gadgets can cut your bill by 10%.
This includes anything from understanding your health insurance options.
How do those co-payments or deductibles or out-of-pockets play in? And what is it going to cost me?
To smart strategies for buying a home on your budget. But it isn't all about the cash. Not getting scammed and preventing financial abuse is a big part of Money Making Sense.
The biggest piece that's holding women back on being able to leave is feeling financially trapped.
Basically, if money affects your life in any way, I'll talk about it. That includes speaking with ambassadors, state governors, and even the U.S. Secretary of Transportation about where your tax dollars are going. Follow Money Making Sense for free wherever you get your favorite podcasts on KSLpodcast.com or the KSL News Radio app.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Amanda Dixon. First, a new legislative audit is warning mitigating dust from the Great Salt Lake's exposed lake bed could cost taxpayers $1.5 billion. Second, former Congressman Jason Chaffetz is speaking out, saying he is not actively seeking to run for the Senate, but he also says he's not completely ruling it out. And third, the Fed will announce whether it will raise interest rates today. They are expected to keep rates steady. Right now, it's 67 degrees in Salt Lake City. Back to David Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Right on the money. Special coverage with Dave and Dujanovic.
Problems and headaches trying to buy a new car might get even worse if the United Auto Workers and the automakers don't reach a deal. It doesn't look like they're anywhere close right now. But it's already pretty bad. Just listen to this brutal headline from the Wall Street Journal.
Now is a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad time to buy a car.
Ouch. That hurts. And listen, we do a lot of car commercials on this program, on this station. So listen, here's the problem. Yeah, cars are expensive. Everyone knows it. They're also not a luxury. This isn't just something that we can be like, hey, should I go out and get a cheeseburger? Yeah, we can say no to that. We can't say no to cars. We need our cars. And this, this revelation that it's a terrible time to buy a car right now, it's terrible news for me because I've literally been car shopping this past week.
For an EV.
Yeah.
For an EV.
Yeah. I'm so intrigued by it. I'm excited about it. I think I found it, but it is pricey.
So finally got him out the door. So let's talk about the hurdles and what you found when you were looking into this. First thing is the high prices. What did you find there?
Yeah, absolutely. High prices. The average cost of a car is $49,000 per car.
That was me. Sorry.
Just a few years ago, Debbie, just 5 years ago, that cost was $37,000. $37,000 was the average cost. Now it's $49,000. In the Wall Street Journal, sorry to interrupt you here, but the Wall Street Journal was looking at new cars for under $20,000. That used to be pretty easy to find. There were a dozen, 15 different models that came in under $20,000. They only found one new car that came in under $20,000. Really? You ready for which one it is? The Mitsubishi Mirage hatchback.
I could see myself driving that.
No, you couldn't.
Is it small? Is it super compact?
You could maybe.
That's unfortunate because our kids need to buy cars and they're not making the kind of money that could put them in a $50,000 car. They need a car under $20,000. So all the kids are going to be driving the Mitsubishi Mirage hatchbacks, I guess. I was just going to say, when I see that number 49,000 and people ask me, because I think you've asked me a time or two, are you going to keep your car? I wonder if you asked me that because you want to swoop in and buy it.
That's exactly what it is.
Jealous
That's
of my
exactly
car.
what it is.
And
your 10-year-old car is still 10 years newer than mine.
It just flipped to 135,000 miles, and I've spent a few bucks on getting it fixed, but that's why. I weigh this every time my mechanic calls me and says, you've got this oil pan. I'm like, oh, no. I know this is going to be a big number, and it's going to be a couple $1,000s to fix. This is what I think about. Do I want to spend $2,000 today, or do I want to spend $50,000 this weekend out buying a new car? Yeah. So $2,000, it sounds a lot better. So you found that it's the high prices.
Yeah, the high prices
making it difficult. What about the demand? What'd you find there?
Yeah, high demand. COVID, the pandemic, obviously gave us a massive shortage of cars by millions because a lot of things shut down during that time. Supply chain slowed things as well. We need cars, and the supply just isn't there. And as I said, I've been looking for the Chevy Bolt EV. I cannot find a new one, Debbie. I cannot find a new one. And I've been to probably a half dozen different dealerships. There's not one on the lot. I can't just not see one. It's not anywhere to be found.
Can we caravan you to another state? Are you looking around other states?
That's what it's going to have to take. But let me give you an idea. One car company said, if you want to put a deposit, I can put you first in line for the one that they're going to receive in a month.
Well, you could wait a month.
Well, there's no question I could, but it wasn't like I got to choose it. It was like, we have a blue Chevy Bolt coming. This is the package. How desperate are you?
You look good in blue. Heather Kelly, good morning. Are you with us, Heather?
No, Heather.
She's going to I think she was going to join us to highlight the poor selection that's out there. And maybe that also ties into what you're saying about you can get one. We can get you in one in a month.
Yeah. Yeah, the selection has been difficult. And before we dive into it, let's wait to see if we can get Heather on the line. But let's continue the conversation, Debbie, about how many new cars are out there for a staggering amount. What people are paying as a car payment is staggering.
Okay. 17% I've got it here. 17% of new car buyers have a car payment of $1,000 a month.
$1,000 a month.
It just breaks my heart.
Debbie, 1 in 5 people. Just look around the newsroom, and the people that have bought new cars say, oh, one of those people are paying $1,000 a month.
Vehicle insurance is up 19% from a year ago. I saw that happen when they renewed my insurance. It went up a little bit. I went with that new insurance company, or I switched insurance companies because I felt like the one company had gone up a little too much, and I didn't have windshield coverage. And you remember I was going through that spell where it felt like every other week I was walking into the newsroom. I'm like, guess what? Another rock smacked my windshield, and it was several $100s. I think it was like $700 because I have one of those newer, it's not so new, but fancier, windshields that reflects how many miles an hour I'm flying down the road.
Oh, you got a smart one.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, smart windshield.
Yeah, so I switched, and then my new insurance went down a little bit, but now it went back up again. And then there's also been this 12% increase in maintenance costs. How do you feel that the United Auto Workers strike is going to impact this election and the next several months if they don't get this thing resolved?
There was one report that I read in the Wall Street Journal that said if it goes on for 10 days, that will be a $5 billion hit to the car market. Just that 10-day strike will be a $5 billion hit. So you're talking about massive amounts of production that has been slowed. Let me just read you what I saw from Heather Kelly. She had posted this on X. She said,
Heather's on, Dave. Hi, Heather.
Heather, we got a minute.
We got a minute. Tell us your experience.
Your poor selection experience.
Oh, she's not on.
I don't know. It's not meant to be. It's not meant to be to have Kelly.
This whole week.
She said, I've been a loyal customer since '83. Most of my family members are as well. It's time to buy a new vehicle, but I wanted to test drive it. I cannot find this car in 8 states.
What?
8 states. I cannot find the model and the car that I want to test drive. You just lost my business.
All right, Heather, we're sorry. I guess we had some confusion, technical issues, whatever the case may be. Let's see if we can get Heather back in the 11 o'clock hour because I want to hear what her experience is. How many states has she gone through?
8 states.
To find a new car?
Well, trying to test drive. Just trying to test drive a vehicle. Can't find it.
Next, former Congressman Jason Chaffetz returning to politics?
To be able to help the state of Utah, be in Utah, that has, I think, ultimately more appeal to me than running for the United States Senate.
KSL FM Midvale, KSL Salt Lake City. Listen at home on any smart speaker and in your car at 102.7 FM. This is KSL News Radio, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 10 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bomas. KSL's top story this hour as the race for Utah's open Senate seat heaps up. There's one name that's cooling off, Utah former Representative Jason Chaffetz.
Not closing the door, but not something I'm pursuing. I can get out on a daily basis and speak to not only the nation via Fox News, but also Utahns about the issues of the day.
Chaffetz says his passion is policy, and he believes that Fox News is a good place for him to be doing that. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. Major product recall impacting a popular cheese item. ABC's Brian Clark has details.
Kraft Heinz is recalling over 83,000 cases of its individually wrapped Kraft Singles American cheese, saying that part of the wrapper could stick to the slice and create a choking hazard. Kraft Heinz is blaming the problem on an issue with one of its wrapping machines, saying that issue has been fixed. It says it's gotten several complaints, but there have been no reports of any serious injuries.
Your money at this moment, the Dow Jones average up on the day right now, 202 points. The NASDAQ, though, down just a bit at 13 points. And our KSL weather, we could see a bit of a chance for rain a little later today. That's next. KSL News Time, 10:01.
What do you need to hear in the morning to feel ready for the day?
Important news that happened overnight, the traffic you'll hit on the roads.
You'll be ready for your day with us.
Join Utah's Morning News 5 to 9 on KSL News Radio.
They say good things come to those who wait, but we both know the truth. If you want the good things in life, you've got to go out and get them. So if you've been dreaming of a Cadillac, don't wait. Head to Jerry Seiner Cadillac and get one for yourself. With their award-winning XT4, 5, and 6 models available on-site and the area's top selection of certified pre-owned Cadillacs, there's no need to wait to drive in luxury. Stop dreaming, start driving. Visit Jerry Seiner and experience the Seiner difference.
Martin's Collision Repair.
50,000 cars repaired and counting. Just check Martin's 5-star online reviews.
Philip posted, the workmanship was very well done. I was impressed with how well we were treated by each of the employees that we dealt with.
Hi, I'm Tiago Martins. Check Martin's Facebook page or martinscollision.com for your 5-star Martins experience. On State Street in Norham and in Salem, we work with all insurance companies.
The right repair, the right paint, the right choice. Martin's Collision Repair.
Here's Jake Harwood of Harwood Farms.
I'm Jake, and I grow a lot of corn, but the corn season is ending soon.
Sadly, Harwood Farms green roadside stands will be closing for the season soon.
But the fresh growing season is still going strong.
Stop by and stock up now with Jake's Farm Fresh corn, tomatoes, peaches, watermelons, and more.
After that, it's Jakers Jack-o'-lanterns for all your fall family fun.
Jakers in Springville opens September 29th, and Little Jakers in Sandy the first week of October.
Fresh from our family's farm to your family's dinner table.
Harwood Farms.
Found your dream house, but not your dream rate? Make your purchase with a home loan from Cypress Credit Union. Refinance within 12 months if rates drop, and Cypress Credit Union will take care of the refinancing fees.
Hey guys, do you know what makes Revive Men's Health Salt Lake City different? You. Every Revive treatment and medication is personalized just for you. Revive has the experts that guys go to when their current treatment isn't working. They have a complicated medical condition, or they're just not happy with their daily performance. Since 2011, they've helped thousands of local men suffering with the symptoms of low T and ED. Their goal is simple, to get to the bottom of your issues and fix them. Your best performance requires more than generic ED medications or a low-dose testosterone booster at a low-ball price like you find online. Revive medications are custom compounded, affordable, and guaranteed to resolve your issues. Stop dealing with the symptoms of low T or ED. Book your T-check and exam today. Call 801-263-7777. That's 801-263-7777. Or visit us at revivemenshealth.com.
Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. Here's Heather Kelly.
We've got a couple of fender benders across the Wasatch Front. None of them are causing any delays right now. In fact, you've got good speeds on pretty much every freeway you want to go on. The only thing that may slow you down is just a little bit of construction, especially on the east side belt, I-215, as well as Legacy Parkway. With over 30 plus specialties in multiple locations across Utah, Revere has you covered for all your health needs. Revere Health, your partner in health, your partner for life. Online at reverehealth.com. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather, a few showers possible today on the Wasatch Front, but dry weather will remain over most of Utah. Clouds will increase with a 50% chance of rain by Friday. Today's high 82, tomorrow 72, 63 on Friday. Right now 68 degrees, partly cloudy. I'm Dan Bomas, KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM at KSLNewsRadio.com. Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic.
All right, let's talk about rumors. Yeah. Former Utah Congressman Jason Chaffetz, who served in the House for a number of years until he resigned in 2017, rumored to be eyeing the Senate seat currently held by Senator Mitt Romney. But KSL News Radio's Lindsay Aird says he might have other plans.
Former Representative Jason Chaffetz has long been rumored as being interested in this seat, but now tells me
I haven't fully closed the door on it, but it's not something I'm actively pursuing.
he was more definitive about another rumor that he might challenge Governor Spencer Cox next year.
That's not something I'm
With the three
planning to
things you
do.
need to know this-
Challenging Governor Cox in 2024 is not in my plan.
He says he's much more open to that seat in 2028.
To be able to help the state of Utah, be in Utah, that has, I think, ultimately more appeal to me than running for the United States Senate.
Chaffetz says his passion is policy and believes he has a good medium for that as a commentator on Fox News.
At first, I was a little bit surprised, Debbie, that he would look at the governorship versus the Senate, but then kind of went back into the old memory bank, and I remember he kind of cut his teeth in the executive branch. He was the chief of staff to Governor Jon Huntsman, so he knows the executive branch. So maybe it doesn't surprise me that he's kind of done with the chaos of Congress.
KSL political reporter Lindsay Ertz, you're the one that had the one-on-one conversation with him.
I did.
Why did he elaborate on why the governor's office?
Well, I think Dave's right. I think it's that executive versus the legislative kind of where he cut his teeth. He spent time as Jon Huntsman's chief of staff, and then he spent 8.5 years in Congress. And so he just wants to be where he can, what he says, make a difference in terms of policy. Right now, he believes that's on Fox News, where he has a megaphone, if you will, to talk to the viewers that align with him politically, right? So he's talking to millions of viewers every night and likes that medium. But when it comes to the governorship, he talked about how he believes that's the position in Utah where you can really make a difference in terms of shaping the future of Utah and impacting policy.
Okay, there's a few things here. If I'm considering running for elected office, everybody hates Congress. 19% approval rating. If you win, whether you're in the Senate or the House, the approval rating is abysmal. Basically, 1 in 5 people like you. The president, half the country hates you, but governors are loved. Their approval ratings are like 60, 70%. Yeah, governor's the way to go. I can kind of see this. Though he kind of put a little bit of, what was the timeline looking like? What was it like, challenging Spencer Cox in this next election or 2028?
No, he put a hard no on challenging Governor Cox in 24.
Okay.
So he was firm that he wasn't going to do that, which I was secretly kind of looking forward to that matchup, to be honest.
It'd be a good one.
It would be a good one to see a Jason Chaffetz, who I would presume leans a little more right than Governor Cox, to see that challenge. Was something I was personally looking forward to, if I could just reveal that.
I'm just looking at Governor Cox's poll numbers in the Deseret News, and he, according to D News and Hinckley Institute of Politics, as of the summer, he has a 63% approval rating.
Yeah, he also has the power of incumbency, right? He's been the governor for the last 3 years. It'll be 4 when he runs for re-election, you know? So
he's also, he's very likable on social media as well. So his reach is beyond Capitol Hill.
But you're starting to see the right wing of the Republican Party not love Governor Cox as much, I think, as opposed to the general population. Now, keep in mind, this is a statewide race, so you have to factor in the entire state. Plus, you have Democrats and other parties, right, who will be voting for you as well. But I think the right wing of the faction of the Utah Republican Party isn't as impressed with Governor Spencer Cox as maybe the broader mainstream.
Was there any conversation when you were talking to former Representative Jason Chaffetz, any concern about lingering hard feelings about him leaving early the last time he was elected? Now, remember, folks, he was elected. He served 6 months of a 2-year term, and he resigned. I mean, I'm pretty salty about it myself, and I think that would be a hurdle that he would certainly have to.
I think what bugs you is what he resigned and then he went to be a commentator for the Fox Network.
Yeah, great point, because Representative Chris Stewart just resigned for family member health reasons. I have absolutely no problem with that whatsoever. But when you see, Fox News, maybe I'll be a commentator there, that bothered me. But did he address that at all?
We didn't really talk about that. We mostly talked about how he kind of bridged the gap when you need to kind of toe the line in terms of disagreeing with someone, but also that person's in your party. So, for example, former President Donald Trump, right? This has kind of been a litmus test of the Republican Party is where do you stand on former President Donald Trump? Chaffetz said he didn't always agree with him, but yet he was able to still get things done. And same with former President Barack Obama. He obviously didn't agree with him on policy at all, but was still able to get things done. He criticized Senator Mitt Romney to say that his opposition to former President Trump got to the point where he wasn't getting things done. And that's his perspective on that. And then also he praised Mike Lee and said Mike Lee has upheld his principles while going to Washington. He says Potomac fever can really get a hold of somebody real quickly, right, where they go to Washington. And it's easy to kind of get wrapped up and not keep your campaign promises and stuff like that. So you can kind of see there where Jason Chaffetz aligns.
Lindsay Aerts, thank you.
When were you expecting an announcement?
Well, he's
2027.
He's keeping the door open for 2028, but he's also not, for 2024, but he's also not actively pursuing it. I just get the sense that he's more leaning towards the gig I have at Fox News right now is good. I like the megaphone. So again, he's not closing the door completely, but I don't think we'll get another hey, I'm totally out of this. I didn't get the sense that he was still, weighing this decision. It kind of seemed he was leaning towards it. Again, I may be putting words in his mouth, but he did specifically say that he is not closing the door, but he's not actively pursuing it.
Okay, I don't expect you to know this question, but I'm trying to remember. Does Utah even have term limits for the governor?
Oh,
that's a good question. I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
So the assumption would be if Spencer Cox serves out, the 4 years here, he wins re-election, 2028 would mean that'd be 2 terms. He'd be 8 years as governor. But I don't think – now I've got to look this up.
So I will
think
say
so,
that Governor Cox has told me personally that he is only running for 1 more term. He has said 2 terms, and that's what he said again when he told me he was rerunning. He said 1 more term for me, and then I will be done. Now, whether he changes his mind by the time we get to 2028, I guess that's his prerogative. But at least at this point, that's what he has said.
Lindsay Aerts, thank you. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Lindsay. We're talking right now, just wrapped up a conversation with Lindsay Aerts about the possibility of former Congressman Jason Chaffetz running for another political office. And Dave, you said, I asked you the other day offline when we were in the newsroom, I said, if Chaffetz does run again, and you're running against him, or you're doing the, the political campaign against him, what kind of tone does that take?
Would you vote for this Quitty McQuitterface?
Dave and Dujanovic.
Hi, it's Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon.
Why should you start your day with us?
We have decades of news experience between us.
And we take your trust seriously.
Come here for news tomorrow, 5 to 9.
On KSL.
It's beginning to feel like fall.
Things are really starting to change during the daytime hours.
Rain and cooler temperatures are coming.
Lows dip into the 40s and we'll see some high elevation snow.
Get the latest on our transition to autumn with a reliable KSL forecast every 10 minutes on the 9s on KSL News Radio, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Hi, this is Doug Wright. The other night, Dee and I had the chance to go to Hale Center Theater to see Around the World in 80 Days. What an amazing stage production that is. We're all familiar with the story, but oh my goodness, when they're in India and we're watching them riding an elephant, and of course the aerial artistry at Hale Center Theater, just superb and such a great part of this story. There's drama, there's pageantry. We even have a little melodrama portion when Fogg and company are touring the good old USA. Some of the greatest slow-mo acting I have ever seen in that scene. You're going to love Around the World in 80 Days. And your tickets are waiting for you right now at hct.org. And don't forget, Catch Me If You Can. That's on the other stage. Christmas Carol is just around the corner. And of course, Elf the Musical is coming up. It's all waiting at Hale Center Theater. Go to hct.org.
Introducing Yes, heating, air conditioning, plumbing, and electric. We're bringing all of Utah's favorite HVAC, plumbing, and electrical brands under one roof. Maximize your energy savings with a new energy-efficient heating and cooling system from Yes, and you could save up to $4,500 through possible tax credits and other discounts. Purchase a new system today, and Yes will buy back your old inefficient HVAC system. Visit theyesmancan.com to schedule your appointment. Call now or visit theyesmancan.com for details, terms, and conditions.
They say you slow down as you get older, and it's true. But taking life a little slower here at Summit Vista has been incredibly rewarding. At my age, I know what I like, and it's all here. They call this a life plan community, and I'm liking the concept. I've always been a practical person, and now it's time to treat myself. At Summit Vista, I have a beautiful apartment. It's spacious and contemporary. It feels like me. I have all the independence I want, no more maintenance headaches, no more days spent cleaning. I eat delicious meals with my friends. The staff here feels like family. The socializing and amenities are endless. Frankly, anyone who says luxury living is overrated hasn't been to Summit Vista. I've rebooted my life, and I'm revisiting my younger self with the wisdom of an older woman. And I gotta tell you, feels pretty cool.
Experience retirement living at the top. Visit summitvista.com today.
The best value in live TV and streaming is with Xfinity Internet and Now TV. It's the best network for watching all the entertainment you love without missing a beat, including live TV and sports. All your favorite shows and movies on a network made for streaming. Watch what you want, when you want. All you have to do is just sit back and enjoy. Get way more into what you're into. Stream on the next generation Xfinity 10G network. Switch today to get a great deal on a great deal of entertainment. And speaking of great deals, now through September 21st, get 1.2 gig internet on the 10G network for just $25 a month for 2 years when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data. Plus, there's no annual contract and you get Wi-Fi equipment included. Plus, add Now TV with Peacock Premium, a $5.99 a month value included at no extra cost for just $20 a month. Switch today. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account restrictions apply. Now TV requires Xfinity Internet, taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet after promo. Regular rates apply to internet service and Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary.
I'm Andy Farnsworth from KSL News Radio.
And I'm Kellyanne Halverson.
And we're hosts of KSL's Fan Effect podcast.
That's Fan Effect with an E.
We're excited to share with you our knowledge
and arguments
on everything pop culture and fandom, featuring movie and television reviews, pop culture deep dives into video games, cosplay, fandom events, and more. Listen regularly on your favorite podcast platform at KSLNewsRadio.com, KSLPodcasts.com, or on the KSL News Radio app.
And remember, that's Fan Effect with an E.
With the three things you need to know this hour, I'm Dan Bomas. First, scratch one name off the list of potential candidates for the U.S. Senate from Utah. Jason Chaffetz says he's not running. Second, a new legislative audit says the dust blowing off the dry lake bed of the Great Salt Lake could cost Utah $1 billion. Third, Kraft is recalling its singles cheese slices because of a packaging problem. Could cause a choking hazard if people swallow plastic bits. Right now, 68 degrees, partly cloudy in Salt Lake City. Back to Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Right on the money. Special coverage with Dave and Dujanovic.
Well, good morning to our Facebook friends. Our Facebook page, KSL News Radio's Facebook page. We're live on it right now, talking about tipflation and asking the question. And you can weigh in on Facebook. We'll read your comments. Is tipping out of control? What are your initial thoughts there, David?
I'm trying to think of a good comparison. A good comparison, something real meaty, to say really how much of a runaway train. I mean, this is like Speed 3. This is not an out-of-control bus. This is not an out-of-control luxury cruise liner. This is worse. What's going on in the tipping industry is you know what? I'll say it, borderline criminal. Wow. It is offensive. All the things I get hit up for. Hey, do you want a tip? You want to leave a tip? Oh, you don't? Interesting, you terrible human.
Now, you know I have a soft heart.
You are a soft
And I rarely skip the tip.
And you know I'm dead inside. Okay.
So you're going to have to walk me through this list that you found on CNBC about when it's appropriate to skip the tip. I'm a big tipper. If you serve me up 2 lukewarm cups of coffee, one for me, one for our producer, every Thursday, don't be jelly.
You notice Dave doesn't get anything.
It's because I refuse to buy steamed milk at Starbucks.
The hot chocolate. They got a hot chocolate there, Deb.
I'm not doing that. I'm just not doing that. I'm drawing the line. They flip that iPad or whatever it is, that fancy thing they flip at me, and I'm in my car, my little riding car, and I got to look up there at the little computer thing, and they're like, just go. It's going to ask you a couple of questions here.
Do you want to
I'm taking a pop quiz.
Do you want to tip 87%,
No,
64%, or 32%?
It's usually 15%, 18%, or 20% when I can see it, and I often press 20%. And am I too generous there, Dave?
For a coffee? Okay, let's just walk through your experience here. This is through the drive-up?
Yeah.
Drive-through?
Oh, yeah. Every time.
So you order it over the speaker.
Right.
You drive up, they hand you the coffee.
Correct. And then they ask me if I want stoppers for the coffee so it doesn't spill. And then I usually have to ask for a little carrying thing because I got to walk it up through the basement.
Start to finish, how long does it take?
To do what?
To get your coffee.
Oh, 90 seconds.
Okay, 90 seconds.
They're trying
and how
to
much,
get you through the drive-thru quickly. They don't want you sitting there.
How much do you tip? A couple bucks?
No, usually 20%.
Well, I don't know what a cup of coffee costs.
It's like $7 for 2 cups of coffee.
So $1.50?
Yeah.
$1.50 for 90 seconds of
It's
work?
usually in the 8.
It's the greatest hourly wage in history. If you're paying $1.50 for 90 seconds of work.
So let's walk me through those scenarios where I don't have to tip. And I'm wondering if counter service is one of those. And I would consider, well, I used to call it $5, but now it's $7. Starbucks, maybe one of those places where it's counter service and I should not have to tip, but I just feel so obligated.
Oh yeah, you feel guilty.
Well, they turn it around. They're just going to ask you a couple of questions, and they don't tell you it's going to be for more money.
And it's coming. I mean, this is a fastball right down the middle. You know it's coming. and then the adorable little cashier looks at you with the big eyes, or the handsome smile. You're like, yeah, that's worth $2.
So let's say I walk into the doctor's office.
Oh yeah, great point. Never tipped a nurse. Never tipped the nurse that drew my blood. I would like to take away money from the nurse that draws my blood and has to poke around my arm like it's a pincushion.
So that's where this list begins, is professionals, right? So go through the list. Since I'm the one that's not dead inside,
okay, so
see if you can talk me into not tipping or whatever.
So you don't need a tip. Doctors, lawyers.
Well, no, they make too much.
Plumbers.
No.
Teachers make too much?
Well, I give teachers gifts.
Okay.
Not now that my kids are graduating, because that would be super weird. Hi. You don't know me. My kids are. But when my kids were in school, I would send the teacher a little gift card or plant or something, like another mug they didn't need.
That's not a tip, Debbie. That's a gift. Okay. Gifts are fine.
Okay, fine.
Gifts are fine. Tips are not. So every time you send your kid to school, they're not hitting you up and like, hey, would you like to add another 5%?
That would be suspicious. Okay.
How about the school lunch lady?
Okay.
The lunch lady takes your $2.35. They're like, would you like to leave a tip?
I gave the crossing guard money, not cash.
It's a gift.
It's a gift card.
It's not a tip.
At Christmas.
Totally different.
And sometimes at the end of the school year, because I just felt so badly for them. They were working so hard.
Stop conflating gifts and tips.
Okay,
this is a tip.
Okay.
Every time you do something, should you be tipped for it? Okay. So don't tip professionals. That's the rule. Counter service, as a rule, anyone working at a counter is earning a wage. They're not, because just to be very clear, say you're working at McDonald's. McDonald's pays an hourly wage. Right. It's going to be $13, $14 an hour.
I never tip at McDonald's.
Okay, so because they're earning a wage.
But any coffee shop, I absolutely tip at. every single time.
They are earning a wage. They are not because
You're telling me I don't have to according to etiquette?
A server is getting paid $2.35 an hour, I think, something along those lines, and they absolutely depend on tips.
So at a restaurant.
So restaurants,
right, okay.
Absolutely.
$2.35 an hour.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
so I always tip, and I'm usually a 25% tipper at restaurants.
Okay, that's good tipping.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good tipping.
I appreciate them.
Yeah.
I appreciate the food, and I appreciate them. And I don't know if they're sharing their tips, and I'm not going to ask them to explain that. But if they're sharing their tips, they're not going to get the whole 25% anyways. And if they aren't, well, then they get 25%.
Yeah. Okay, that's awesome.
Okay.
It used to be
But
15%. Now Debbie's raised it to 25%.
What you're saying is that the Starbucks drive-thru, I can just speed off without tipping, no guilt.
Yeah.
No shame, no guilt.
That
I'm just be like,
this is my opinion. I mean, and etiquette experts have said this. So
Okay.
I'm stealing some of their expertise.
Okay.
But again, professionals no. Counter service no. Yes, restaurants, sit-down restaurants where you have a server that is coming to you and you know the ones that are obviously working off of tips. If you're in a sit-down restaurant, yes, they are tip workers. They get paid very little hourly, and they absolutely survive on those
but it's
tips.
a counter service industry that's really turned this whole thing on its head.
Yeah. It's because it's easy money. I mean, let's be honest. It's easy money. If they can get $1 from you, that is, and it goes to them, they just got $1 more an hour. Now, if you get several people to do that, here's the problem I have with the counter service. When that starts becoming a standard where they're relying on tipping, the company itself doesn't have to pay them a fair wage.
Oh.
My daughter did this. She was looking at working at a cookie place. She wanted to make cookies. I'm like, I fully endorse this. You go work at the cookie place, bring us the leftovers. I was 100% in support of this, but they said the hourly wage was $8, but you'll usually make somewhere between $9 and $10 an hour because of tipping. Like, okay, well, that's a little shady to me. I don't like that because they are wage workers. They are not tip workers.
What about like when you go to a wedding or you go to an event and there's an open bar? Is that on your list?
I don't know anything about that stuff. So I don't know what's appropriate. They say, though, if you go, this is what the etiquette experts say, if you go to an event with an open bar.
You and I were at an event together with an open bar, and you were walking around with a soda from the open bar. What do you mean you don't know
What are
anything
you
about
talking
that?
about?
You and I went.
I don't
to an
even remember
event.
this.
We hosted an event, and they had an open bar. They don't always serve alcohol there. They also serve soda, and you got a soda.
I do not remember this.
Okay.
I'll take your word
What
for
does
it.
the
I don't
etiquette
remember
say?
it. The bar staff may or may not put out a tip jar. So they will kind of, if they put out a tip jar, dealer's choice. If it's a free open drink, then, throw a couple bucks at the barkeep.
So what about like if I get a bad haircut?
Oh.
That's uncomfortable if you don't tip.
Yeah.
At a bad hair, because it's like one-on-one, and you're walking out and you haven't left him a tip. That just feels kind of icky. Like I'm the bad guy.
If it's bad service, if it's poor service, you are never obligated to tip somebody for the service they've provided. You're providing not for the effort, but for good service. Now,
see, that's gotten lost.
Yeah, that totally has.
I think this tip thing has become obligatory.
Yep.
It has become
baked in.
It's gotten to the point where this weighs on me when I'm buying something, and I will often go to McDonald's for my coffee because I know I don't have to tip. I feel like I'm cheap, and it's only $1 for a cup of coffee.
You're making a business decision.
And they gave me my coffee yesterday with a big smile.
There you go.
I mean, they really did.
Have you ever heard
service.
of double tipping?
No, never.
Okay, I haven't either. But apparently, you don't have to tip twice for the same service. I don't know what that. I can't think of what that scenario would be. Does anyone know?
That's like you tip and then your wife tips by accident. I mean, that's got to be what double tipping is. 801-575-TALK. 801-575-TALK. Our KSL News Radio Facebook family has lit up our Facebook page with lots of comments weighing in on this crazy tipflation situation that we're in. So we're asking listeners to call in too. Is tipping out of control? 801-575-TALK. Your live calls next.
It's 10:30 at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bomas. KSL's top local story this hour. A new legislative audit says mitigating the toxic dust from the Great Salt Lake's exposed lake bed could cost taxpayers $1.5 billion. According to a report by the Great Salt Lake Collaborative, that cost could skyrocket if the lake continues to shrink. Lake managers like Ben Steierman with the Utah Division of Forestry, Fire, and State Lands previously told KSL getting that lake bed underwater is the best way to handle that, but it's going to take time.
Hopefully through conservation and, another good snowpack, we may get there in the next year or two.
The lake is still about 4 feet up compared to last year, but needs another 6 feet before it can be considered healthy again. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. Attorney General Merrick Garland defending the work of his Justice Department today before the House Judiciary Committee. Republicans have accused the DOJ of slow-walking the Hunter Biden investigation and being too lenient. Committee Chair Jim Jordan criticized Garland's decision to appoint David Weiss as special counsel in the Hunter Biden case.
He could have selected anyone. He could have picked anyone inside government, outside government. He could have picked former attorney generals, former special counsels, but he picks the one guy he knows will protect Joe Biden. He picks David Weiss.
Weiss has recently indicted Hunter Biden on felony gun charges. Your money at this moment, the Dow Jones average up on the day, 209 points right now. The NASDAQ down, but just barely, about 8 points right now. And our KSL weather looks like we could see a sprinkle or two, and then the chance increases by Friday. That's next. KSL News Time, 10:32.
We have enough people running around Broadcast House at 4 in the morning to field a football team.
Producers, reporters, the traffic team, and us.
This is Tim and Amanda.
Join us each morning from 5 to 9 on KSL News Radio.
I don't know why I'm so obsessed with hard water spots right now. It's because I had a very good experience the other day unloading my dishwasher, and my glasses were so sparkly clean. And it was so refreshing because I had spent a small fortune on expensive detergents and cleaners to try to get those glasses clean because I was getting these hard water spots on my glasses. I couldn't get them off. It was so hard until I got my soft water system installed by Kinetico. It wasn't until I got soft water in the home that those glasses started shining up and sparkling up a little bit. I've had mine for years, and I've loved it. Sure, it's great for dishes, but we love it probably the most in our family because we love how it makes our skin feel. It's been great for keeping our skin hydrated and soft. You can feel it the very first time you take a shower or a bath with soft water. You will feel the difference. You don't need a bath-in lotion afterwards. So if you're interested in getting soft water into your home and making that investment, give Kinetico of Utah a call. 801-576-8600. That's 801-576-8600. Or log on to softwaterutah.com. That is softwaterutah.com.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Is shopping for medical supplies online leaving you feeling intimidated and overwhelmed? Hi, I'm Jay Broadbent with Alpine Home Medical. I want to share a real customer story with you.
The moment I walked into Alpine, I felt cared for.
They pulled me into a private room, and the Alpine professional happily set up my CPAP machine, explaining everything I needed to know. The service didn't stop there. After I went home, Alpine called me a week later just to check on me. These guys really are the experts. Before Alpine, I was so stressed trying to navigate what I needed online by myself, but all the stress went away when I went to their store. They really do deserve 5 stars.
We know when you walk through our doors, you deserve to be cared for. Stop by any of our 11 locations and discover the Alpine Home Medical difference. When you need assistance, we're here for you.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
AlpineHomeMedical.com.
Across the Wasatch Front, no problems right now. Accidents on city streets or major freeways. So we've got good speeds if you're on I-15, the east or west side belt routes, or I-80 through Parley's Canyon. Is your car due for some extra love? Burt Brothers is here for your vehicle's routine maintenance, all done by our ASE certified technicians. Burt Brothers, affordable complete auto care done better. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
Traffic and weather together brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. Our KSL weather, a few showers possible today on the Wasatch Front, but dry weather will remain over most of Utah. Clouds will increase with a 50% chance of rain by Friday. Today's high 82, tomorrow's 72 with 63 on Friday. And right now we're at 69 degrees under partly cloudy skies at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bomas, KSL 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com. Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Right on the money. Special coverage with Dave and Dujanovic.
Dave and I talking about tipflation. How do you feel about it? Is tipping out of control? 801-575-TALK. We know we got a lot of callers wanting to talk about this. So hold the line, because we also have gold on our KSL News Radio Facebook page right now. The comments are just bubbling up here on the page. Dave, let me read you one of them about, we asked a question earlier this morning to our KSL News Radio Facebook family. And you can go over there and read the comments. You'll be there all day because so many of them are just amazing. I was reading them and just laughing out loud. Camille says, my daughter picked up a pack of Starburst candies and went to the cashier to pay. The cashier asked if she wanted to leave a tip.
For those Starbursts? $2.19, yeah, I'd like 10%, please. You get 20 cents.
Oh, it gets even, they're all so good. It's one of these listeners said on our Facebook page, we stayed at the Holiday Express and they have free breakfast. They had a jar that said, please tip us for our work. She said, I just paid $220 for a room. Take it out of that.
2/3 of Americans now have a dim view of tipping. That was according to Bankrate. And we've talked to Ted Rossman in the past about this. But yeah, 2/3 of Americans now have a dim view of tipping. 100% of Noriegas have a dim view of tipping because you've abused it. You've abused it, folks. And listen, I've got 2 kids that are servers that live on tips. I'm not saying all tipping is bad, but 99% of tipping now is bad.
They work at a restaurant, which is one of my favorite restaurants, by the way. I need to get to their location and see them. Just hang out and have them, and then
Deb tips well.
I do, and it's a chain restaurant, and everywhere I've been on that, anywhere I've eaten within that chain restaurant, the service has always been great. It's fun. It's a fun place to eat. So, and they're serving me at my table. They deserve to be tipped.
Yeah.
But it's the other. It's when
it's your coffee.
So when you go to the cookie shop, and you get a $3 cookie, and then they flip the little screen around and say, just a couple of questions. 801-575-TALK. You've got the list of callers there, Dave.
Yeah, let's start off with Scott in Kaysville. Scott, what do you think about tipping?
Well, you brought up something about the hair, about haircuts and salons and stuff, and Dave's probably familiar with a barber shop on Main Street in Kaysville. He's amazing. I love the guy to death. But since living in Kaysville in the past 10 years, his prices have gone from $15 now up to $25. He takes less than 15 minutes to get your hair done. It's not a salon. It's a barber. I refuse to pay a tip when I'm already paying $25 on a short haircut.
That's $100 an hour. If he's knocking you out in 15 minutes,
but Scott, if you
$25.
look amazing, it sounds like he gives good haircuts. So
well, good enough to keep showing up, I guess. Jared in South Jordan. Jared, what do you think?
Well, I'll tell you, I kind of have a two-part experience here. Being an owner of a small company where it is in the service industry, it's incredibly hard to find employees that you can afford to pay that are quality, and on top of that, keep your prices at the best price you can for folks who want to come in and visit with you. But so allowing them to have a little bit of a tip there to maybe keep some of that service industry and some of the labor issues that we're all dealing with on a weekly basis is really part of that question, I think, where I don't mind just saying, okay, you know what, you're doing a great job. And I guess it would say if it was in the service industry, because I do agree that sometimes these tipping situations are getting a little bit out of control. But on top of that, I do feel like as a person who was born here and then lived out of state for 10 years, the tipping and the culture of frugalness here in Utah is definitely part of that conversation, because in other states, tipping is very well prevalent, and it's been prevalent for a long time.
Yeah, I can see how that bleeds
that
over.
Frugal culture.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing I will say, you gave me a unique perspective on that, or made me think a little bit differently. If you do allow your employees to ask for tips, it incentivizes them to hustle a little bit more, maybe be extra smiley or extra helpful, because you know that you will be rewarded. When there's a flat pay, well, you might get a flat performance from your employee. Great perspective. Thanks, Jared. Bonnie in Saratoga Springs, what do you think?
Well, I wanted to comment on the double tipping.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's usually when they add a gratuity, which is shared among all of their wait staff.
Oh.
And then if you get really good service, you may tip additionally, like in cash, so that your server gets that tip.
Oh.
Interesting. Yeah. Thank you, Bonnie. That's we're trying to figure out what that was. I think you explained that well. Also, if you have like a mandatory,
like
parties
people.
of eight people or more, there's an automatic 18%. You don't need to tip on top of that.
Oh, and I've accidentally done that before.
Absolutely, I have.
I've accidentally not realized that the tip was already built into the check.
All right, we got 90 seconds left. We got to get through 3 more callers.
Oh,
Diane,
go for it.
You got 30 seconds, but I want to hear from you from Idaho.
Okay, I'm in Idaho, but I had my dog groomed in Salt Lake yesterday, and I had to pay the tip before I saw the dog.
Stop it.
And was not happy. But I look at those as a bribe, because they know the next time I come in, she's a good tipper, so I'll give her a good job. So I tell everybody, well, that's my bribe to get a good job done.
So
I love it.
How much did you tip?
$20 on a $60 haircut.
You know what, Diane? I need you as a customer. I don't know what I'm selling, but you're a great tipper.
33%.
Yeah. Even better than you, Deb. You got to step up your game. Debbie in Clearfield. Oh, man, we're so far behind. Debbie, what do you think?
Hey, what do I think? I'm a flight attendant. I'm out eating meals everywhere. Everybody wants a tip. I know Utah's very frugal, but I have to tell you, I was in Utah the other day, got the grandkids some yogurt from a place I won't mention. She turns the machine around, and I'm busy, and I just hit the one farthest, the little thing, do you want a tip? I hit the farthest one to the left, 50%.
No!
And then the next one was 30, the next one was 20, the last one was 18 on the far right. So if you're not watching and you don't pay attention, those little squares are going to get you every time. It was $22 for 3 tubs of ice cream, and then they wanted a 50% tip.
Oh, Debbie,
I don't know what the solution is, but I have to eat meals out all the time. They don't tip flight attendants, so
They
we're there
do
to
not.
save your butts, man.
No, they do.
And we don't get boarding pay. We're not paid until the door's closed, and when the door opens, we're not paid to undo your bags.
Yeah.
We're not paid on cancellation sitting around the airport. So everybody has their reasons to be tipped.
And flight attendants put up with belligerent, customers, passengers. So thanks for all you do to keep us safe in the skies. And I'm sorry you paid 50%. As a tip. That's
hilarious. It's hilarious.
Wild.
They suckered you. All right, Ashley, last call. We are so over time. I don't even care. Ashley.
These calls are great.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Doing great.
Okay, I'll be super quick. Listen, I work for Uber, and Uber tips are really important for me to be able to survive because the base pay that you get when you're driving Uber is not very good.
True.
But I agree with you guys on double tipping. I believe that is something that shouldn't be done, but I leave it up to my clients in order to tip on Uber, and I rely on those tips for my survival.
100%.
And next time you take me to the airport, I will tip you. I always tip my Uber driver. Thanks for all you do. I always tip because I'm also rated as a customer when I take rideshare. So I want to make sure I got 2 thumbs up. Hey, I got to get to Amy's. I know we're so out of time, Dave. You keep saying that. But I got to get to Amy's comment on Facebook. And again, these comments on Facebook are gold. You can spend the whole afternoon reading them on our KSL News Radio Facebook page. Is tipping out of control? Yes, it has. Tipping has become the frontier airline of the local business. Pay to pick a seat, pay to bring a purse, pay to use the oxygen in the cabin, pay to make eye contact with the cashier.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Before Dave and Debbie get started each day, this station is all news all morning.
And later today, we follow up on those stories as you drive home.
Get important news all morning and all afternoon.
Here on KSL News Radio.
Hey, folks, if you're a DIYer like I am, like Debbie is, you might get a little nervous when it comes to the electrical side of things. I definitely do. That's something I hire out.
I do not touch electrical. I'll do my own tiling. I will not touch electrical. You have to call Master Electrical. They're the experts. They know what they're doing, and they have what's called upfront pricing, which means that the price they quote you upfront before they start the job is the price you pay at the end.
Yeah, and if it goes twice as long, they just eat that. They don't want you to have a bad experience. They want you to be able to rely on that bid that they give you. It's called upfront pricing guarantee.
Dave's been thinking about buying a new EV, an electric vehicle. He's going to need to call Master Electrical to install his EV charger. But that's not all they do. They do lights, ceiling fans, smoke detectors, generators. Just give them a call if you need anything electrical.
801-543-2222, 801-543-2222.
Or you can check them out online at masterelectrical.com.
Here's a question. Do you wear dentures? At Grandpa's Dental, you can trade in your floppy dentures and get $2,000 towards an implant-supported solution. You know, they say the older you get, the more you need your teeth. Well, chewing your food isn't a luxury. And taking a bite out of a nice, juicy steak, well, it takes teeth. At Grandpa's Dental, they have over 10,000 restorations under their belt, and it's always affordable. When you walk into one of their 3 locations, you're family, period. At Grandpa's Dental, they live their family legacy by building lasting relationships through state-of-the-art services. So if you want to stop the flop and actually eat foods you can chew, trade in your dentures at Grandpa's Dental for $2,000 toward your implant solution. Schedule your free consultation at grandpasdental.com today. That's grandpasdental.com.
Listen to the greatest classical hits from the 1700s to today. The Utah Symphony's Masterworks concerts offer elegant and entertaining evenings at Marisa Brovnal Hall in the heart of Salt Lake City, featuring timeless masterpieces by Beethoven, Dvorak, and Mozart, and even world premieres from modern composers. Tickets start as low as $21. Get yours at utahsymphony.org. This is the year to go see Utah Symphony and Utah Opera. The lineup is stacked. With beloved classical masterworks like Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, the tragic love story La Boheme, favorite movies like Disney's Frozen, and an unforgettable evening with Broadway star Audra McDonald, there is so much to love. Tickets start as low as $21, so secure great seats for extraordinary live music experiences now at usuo.org.
Getting help with electrical repairs is easier than you think. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Happy 62nd birthday, Granddad.
Thanks, sweetheart.
I got you this.
A mug. Oh, thank you. What does it say?
Beware, if you are 60 or older, you may be at increased risk of hospitalization from RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, compared to adults younger than 60.
Not all dangers come with warning labels. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV today. Learn more at bewareofrsv.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Dan Bonas. First, dealing with the dust from the Great Salt Lake Shore could cost Utah $1 billion. Second, gas prices are higher across the country, over $4 a gallon here in Utah. And third, Attorney General Merrick Garland defended the Justice Department's handling of the prosecution of Hunter Biden before a congressional committee. Right now, 69 degrees, mostly cloudy in Salt Lake City. And back to Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic. Dave and Dujanovic.
Love having Jay Evenson with the Deseret News in with us in studio, Dave. One of his latest opinion pieces for the D News is Romney wants to pass the torch, but finding real leaders to grab it won't be easy. Remember, it wasn't but maybe a week ago that United States Senator Mitt Romney announced he will not be seeking a second term.
At the end of another term, I'd be in my mid-80s. Frankly, it's time for a new generation of leaders.
And some people will argue that he's saying he's too old. Others will say, well, you're just avoiding running where you would lose because he's a pretty polarizing figure here in Utah. But one of the articles that came out recently was from The Atlantic's McKay Coppins, who has been following around Romney for years. And Jay, as you join us, this was the very thing that stood out to you, where Senator Romney said there are about 20 senators who do all the work, and the other 80 are just along for the ride.
I thought it was a fascinating excerpt from an upcoming book by McKay Coppins. And Romney basically describes the Senate as filled with performance artists. I mean, people who like to perform but aren't really interested in getting things done, aren't really interested in the hard work of legislating. And we've got a lot of things out there that need to be worked on, including our financial picture. Our national debt just passed $33 trillion. And no one knows how high it has to go before we have serious problems in this country. But we know there is some point that's a tipping point. And yet the Speaker of the House and the President have said they're not going to touch entitlement reform in this. We're facing a potential shutdown here at the end of the month. Well, folks, we really need to touch entitlement reform if we're going to solve our financial problems.
Social Security, Medicare,
Medicaid, and even military spending. These are all serious issues. They are fixable now. The Social Security trustees say we're good till about 2034. It's going to be a lot harder to fix it in 2034 when we face the absolute need to do it now.
Jay Evenson, Deseret News senior editorial columnist, one of his latest opinion pieces that you can find at Deseret.com is Romney wants to pass the torch, but finding real leaders to grab it won't be easy. I want to ask you more about that in a moment, but one of the things that Romney indicated when he said he was not going to be seeking a second term back in the U.S. Senate is that it's time to pass the torch to a younger generation.
I hope that we get a very strong contender and that it's someone who's a little younger than me.
A little younger than me. Do we have enough people out there that could step into that spot and run with it?
Well, my observation was I don't know if he's talking about age and then he's talking about leadership. I don't know that those are mutually exclusive. And I think, is this really an age problem or a leadership problem? Because as you look at the younger leaders in the Senate or younger senators, are they performance artists as well? I think you can make that argument for a lot of them. So passing the torch is an interesting concept, but I don't know who you pass it to. And it's representative government. I think maybe in a lot of ways the American public needs to be demanding more out of our elected leaders.
I think so often when we talk about the next generation or the new leaders that are upcoming, yeah, it sounds amazing, but eventually you're going to have to put a name to that person. Yes. And the actual candidate we always like far less than the hypothetical candidate. And I think Mitt Romney is unique because he's served in a lot of different ways. He obviously here in Utah led the Olympics, served as a governor in Massachusetts, and then in the Senate after having an extremely successful private career. The problem I see with his seat specifically is Utah is a supermajority Republican state. I mean, basically anyone that runs with an R is going to win that state seat, and it's been that for a while statewide, and certainly in the Senate. What does a leader look like, or what does that new next generation of leadership look like?
One of the things that Mitt Romney is known for is speaking his mind and bucking party leadership, and voting twice to impeach the president from his party. So it does. I mean, Americans are always saying, "Well, we want leaders who will tell it like it is, or who will be independent and act for the good of the country." When you get someone like that, often they don't want him.
They want to get smacked right back in line.
Right.
Like, how dare you get back in line?
Exactly. So we're in a hyper-partisan time in this country when party leadership really controls a lot. So does real leadership mean going against party leadership when you think it's for the good of the country? It's hard to find people like that.
Well, I get concerned too because Mitt Romney has he went into the Senate with a ton of recognition, whether his party appreciated him or not. The news cameras flocked to him when from day one. Yeah, from day one. Obviously there's now going to be a book released about Senator Romney, and I'm sure it will sell well. I'm not saying you have to be the most popular person in the world, but I worry that Utah is going to become invisible back in D.C., not only with Romney's decision not to run again, but also Congressman Chris Stewart, who served 10 years back in the House with his resignation.
It's hard to remember that Mitt Romney is a freshman senator because he's not.
You never know that.
No, you wouldn't, and he's not treated like a freshman senator. You're right. He gains attention no matter what he does. So whoever takes his place is going to be, you're right, pretty invisible. It's hard to remember, but Orrin Hatch was once kind of invisible, and it took him many years to build up the power and the influence that he had. So people like Romney don't come along every day as freshman senators.
And basically the only people that can make that kind of impact are ones that have a little bit of, I don't care. I don't care what happens to me. And Mitt Romney obviously has been successful in so many ways. I think from day one, he walked in there with a little bit, I don't care. I'm going to do what I want to do in the way I want to do it. And maybe he suffered some consequences. I would think people would look at that and say, we need more leaders like that, not less. Jay Evenson, thank you for joining us from the Deseret News, opinion editor there. Thanks for joining us, Jay. Jay does this every week because he writes so many great articles, opinion, thought pieces in the Deseret News. Make sure you check into Jay's work. It's great.
Thanks, Jay. Next, $1.5 billion. At 11:05, Dave and I are going to go in depth about what the lack of water depth in the Great Salt Lake will cost taxpayers. The bad news is the lake hasn't gone up nearly enough. The good news is the lake has gone up a bit.
Hopefully, through conservation and good another good snowpack, we may get there in the next year or two.
KSL FM Midvale, KSL Salt Lake City. Listen at home on any smart speaker and in your car at 102.7 FM. This is KSL News Radio, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 11 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bonas. KSL's top story this hour. The school bus driver from central Utah has been arrested on suspicion of driving his bus drunk with children on board. KSL News Radio's Adam Small has details.
David Arnold Oldroyd was arrested Friday after Sevier County Sheriff's deputies say they found him drunk driving more than a dozen students. Arrest documents say on Friday deputies could smell alcohol on Oldroyd's breath and conducted a field sobriety test after moving the kids to another bus. After he was taken to jail, documents say Oldroyd's blood alcohol test came back 3 times the legal limit.
Oldroyd was booked on suspicion of 6 counts of DUI. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. Many people keep EpiPens in case of bee stings or other allergic reaction triggers. One drug company's plan to make a new kind of allergic reaction treatment was put on hold by federal regulators. ABC's Brian Clark has details.
EpiPens provide an injection that counters an allergic reaction. One drug company, ARS Pharma, has a new drug called Neffy. It's an EpiPen that does not require an injection. But the FDA has paused the approval process, saying there's not enough evidence right now to approve the drug. Neffy was not tested on people with life-threatening allergic reactions. The company's CEO said in a statement he was surprised by the decision. ARS says it will resubmit its application in the first half of next year. Brian Clark, ABC News.
And your money at this moment, the Dow Jones average up on the day at 228 points right now, while the NASDAQ is down just barely, about 8 points. And our KSL weather looks like we could see a sprinkle, but the chance of rain is increasing. That's next. KSL News Time, 11:02.
Start your days with knowledgeable, friendly voices telling you about the latest news and weather out there.
Hi, this is Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon.
In the business of waking you up each morning from 5 to 9.
On KSL News Radio.
If it's out of sight, it's out of mind. Even though that's an old adage, it's still very true today. And it's especially true of your old 401k. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, asking you to get that old 401k in sight and out of the company you no longer work for. But don't roll it into your new 401k. That could be one of the worst things you do. Of course that's easy. But when has the easiest way ever been the best way? Instead, call Trajan Wealth and learn about all of your options, including a way to earn an upfront bonus of up to 25% for your future income just for rolling it over. That's right. You could earn up to a 25% bonus for your retirement income just for rolling that 401k over with Trajan Wealth. Don't roll that 401k into your new company plan. Don't do it without calling Trajan Wealth first. Call 801-899-7600 or visit TrajanWealth.com.
Guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Fall is full of festivals and fun in Logan. The first annual Center Street Giant Pumpkin Festival is Saturday, September 23rd. These gargantuous gourds tip the scales at more than 1,500 pounds. The winner of the weigh-off wins cash and the title of Center Street Giant. Watch a professional pumpkin carver at work on a 300-pound pumpkin. There'll be free showings of It's the Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown, a family scavenger hunt, activities for kids, pumpkin and harvest-featured foods, a beer garden, music and dancing, and more. Then, it's time for the third annual Free Cache Valley Cheese and Dairy Festival, September 29th and 30th. Free samples, live music, kids' activities, and food trucks. Workshops where you can fine-tune your taste buds for gourmet cheese tasting, make an eye-popping charcuterie board, or taste dark chocolate from around the world. Dutch oven dinner, and so much more. Get a hotel, round up your herd, and head to Logan, Utah to fall in love with fall. ExploreLogan.com. ExploreLogan.com.
Are you or someone you take care of as their caregiver living with Alzheimer's disease? This study just might be for you. Consider participating in Athira's clinical trial exploring a novel repair and regenerative approach to Alzheimer's disease. Pantheon Clinical Research in Salt Lake City is looking for people with mild to moderate dementia, 55 to 85 years old. A consistent caregiver or support person is necessary for the conduct of this study. This study is a late-stage clinical study of an investigational drug for the treatment of mild to moderate Alzheimer's disease. Pantheon Clinical Research has over 30 years' experience with clinical trials. They conduct their business with professionalism, efficiency, and integrity. Contact Pantheon Clinical Research in Salt Lake City today. Again, call Pantheon Clinical Research today at 385-281-0550. That's 385-281-0550. Or go to pantheonclinical.com. That's pantheonclinical.com.
Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. Here's Ricky Meese.
Nice and quiet on the Valley freeways. You're good to go up and down the I-15 corridor between Ogden and Provo. Normal KSL travel times throughout and no accidents to report. Found your dream house, but not your dream rate? Make your purchase with a home loan from Cyprus Credit Union. Refinance within 12 months if rates drop, and we'll take care of the refinancing fees. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather, a few showers possible today on the Wasatch Front, but dry weather will remain over most of Utah. Clouds will increase with a 50% chance of rain by Friday. Today's high 82, tomorrow 72, 63 on Friday. And right now we're at 69 degrees, partly cloudy. I'm Dan Bomas, KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Time to go in depth now on the depth, or lack of depth, of the Great Salt Lake. $1.5 billion. That's the estimated cost to taxpayers if the Great Salt Lake doesn't get fixed, I guess, is maybe the easiest way to put it. And that's because of toxic dust. Now, I don't take that lightly. The toxic dust floating around could have all kinds of ramifications. And we'll talk more about this in the days to come, but I think about what will it do to our lungs? What will it do to people who have compromised immune systems, or they're dealing with asthma? What will it do to our housing values? So there's a lot at stake here if we start seeing a lot of toxic dust blow around.
$1.5 billion is actually a bargain. And let me explain why that's a bargain. Because we've seen what dried up lakes do in the past. In fact, there's this lake, and I've spoken about this before, but it's called Lake Owens. It's in California. Back in the, 20s or 30s, they basically rediverted all the water to get to L.A. This lake dries up. This is less than a tenth the size of the Great Salt Lake. For decades, they have been struggling to keep the toxic dust down. There's all sorts of carcinogens in this dust, and they have spent over $2.5 billion. Wow. And this lake, again, is a fraction of the size of the Great Salt Lake. So if you're saying $1.5 billion, I think they're undershooting that by a huge amount.
KSL News Radio's Adam Small has been tracking this story and the developments with the Great Salt Lake for us here at KSL News Radio. Where does this $1.5 billion figure come from?
Right, so it comes from a report from the Utah State Legislature's Auditor General that was found by another news organization that they posted in the Great Salt Lake Collaborative. I haven't seen the article up on the Collaborative website yet, so just be sure to stay tuned to GreatSaltLakeNews.org in order to find that when it comes up. But basically, there's this audit from the State Legislature's Auditor General with a footnote about some of the major needs for the state, and it was titled Dust Mitigation. And under that, it said that dust mitigation from the currently exposed lakebed, this is current, could cost taxpayers $1.5 billion to fix, along with $15 million in annual maintenance to take care of that. And then if the lake continues to decline, the article published there in the Collaborative says that those costs could skyrocket.
Was there an explanation of what "quote unquote" fix means or what it looks like?
It wasn't incredibly clear. I would imagine it would be to get, I would imagine, at least most of the current exposed lake bed back underwater, because all the conversations I've had with lake managers over the past several months is the big fix is getting it back underwater.
You spoke with Ben Steyer with the Utah Division of Forestry, Fire, and State Lands, and he told you what?
So basically, we had that conversation a little while ago, and we heard that clip again this morning on Utah's Morning News. Basically, the big water year we've been talking about, the lake went up 5.5 feet. It was a huge increase, almost triple what the lake normally takes in on a winter. But the issue is that, as I've been echoing for so long, is that this is not a one-year fix. The lake, if you take current levels, how much the lake has evaporated since spring runoff peaked, the lake is at least 6, maybe almost 7 feet from being healthy. It is still an ongoing problem.
Here's a part of your conversation with Ben Steyer.
Hopefully, through conservation and another good snowpack, we may get there in the next year or two.
So we may get to the point where that 7 feet is refilled. Is that it? Or is that wishful thinking?
Honestly, I mean, if you take into account this year, I mean, we had the largest snowpack in state history, 30 inches average of snow water across the state, and all the water that we sent in to the Great Salt Lake brought it up 5.5 feet. So if you take it in theory by just the numbers, if we have another year like last year, we would still be probably a foot and a half short.
Go ahead, finish that.
Sorry, that was just saying, like, that just shows how much of this is a long-term, not a short-term fix.
One of the things about the Great Salt Lake, obviously it has been, expanding and contracting the entire time I've lived here. For the 40 years that I've lived here, I think back into the 80s, and just to paint a little bit of a picture of how large the lake was, is it was 3,300 square miles. 3,300 square miles. Right now, it's at about 950 square miles. So it's more than it's 2/3 smaller than what it was back into the 80s. So let me just be clear. This toxic dust they're concerned about is if the lake stays basically where it's at right now. This isn't saying if it goes into a dry lake bed. That would be a far greater problem.
Exactly, yeah. So this is talking about where the lake is currently at. If the Great Salt Lake were to completely disappear, we are talking about much bigger numbers and much bigger health problems for the long-term future. Obviously, I hopefully don't foresee that happening because the Great Salt Lake is so big, it's so deep at some points. But, I mean, we've been seeing it in, I remember I was on vacation like a week ago. There was a dust storm that kicked up, and I live not far from Farmington Bay, and the dust you could barely see the mountains, like driving down I-15. It's very visible, and it's a clear problem.
Adam Small has been tracking the developments on the Great Salt Lake as part of the Great Salt Lake Collaborative, and has been reporting this morning on this $1.5 billion kind of a loose price tag that the state legislators, Auditor General has put on what it could cost if we can't manage to fix the Great Salt Lake. I think the good news here, the silver lining, is that all eyes are on the Great Salt Lake. Right now, it seems like this is a priority on Capitol Hill, and environmentalists and those who hydrologists who are experts in the water area are working together and being listened to. That's from my perspective. But you're reporting on this day in and day out. Are you seeing that same kind of collaboration?
I am definitely seeing it. I mean, you just from the legislative aspect, you can't even count how many numbers of water-related bills, especially those targeting the Great Salt Lake, have been passed in the past couple of legislative sessions. I've seen collaboration between, obviously, what we as journalists are doing with the Great Salt Lake Collaborative, promoting awareness, and then you're working with water managers, you're working with day-to-day people. I know, Amy actually had a conversation with
Amy Kobe.
Yeah, Amy Kobe had a conversation with the Utah Farm Bureau about how farmers are potentially trying to reduce their water use because that was listed as using. It is a huge group effort, but there are reasons to hope. But I will say the big thing is that there is still a lot of work to be done.
We can't blow this off. I mean, we can't just be like, okay, we had a great water year, 30 inches of snow water, as you said. But we can't turn the other cheek and say, like, the problem is just going to solve itself, because it's not.
Right, exactly. I mean, we see, one big water year and everyone's ready to flip the sprinklers on without checking them for the whole summer. When you take into account, like, what can I do to save the Great Salt Lake? You conserve water. That's water that stays in a reservoir. That's a reservoir that could potentially send extra water downstream to the Great Salt Lake if it needs it. So everyone listening has a direct impact on this lake's health.
Adam Small, thank you for joining us.
Great story. Adam, remind us real quickly, where can we find that full version of the story?
That's at greatsaltlakenews.org. That's the official website of the Great Salt Lake Collaborative, which we're a part of.
Okay, very, very important work. Normally when you see a sign for something that's lost, it's like lost kitty cat or lost puppy. In this case, it was a lost $140 million military jet. Dave, when you first saw this story, what did you think?
Number one, was that one of ours? Because we have a lot of F-35s coming out of Hill Air Force Base. I thought,
okay.
No, they're missing an F-35. Is that one of ours?
Is this a different? So, yeah, the military loses a jet. They finally found it, and we've got more information on what happened and why.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Hey, stay right here for more of Dave and Dujanovic.
And tomorrow morning, come back here for news, traffic updates, and reliable weather.
Join us to have a listen. Tim and Amanda.
Your morning companions for news.
The Cougars go 3-0.
Keaton throws, end zone. Caught for the touchdown.
And demonstrate they're ready.
Cougars have won it. And listen to the BYU fans in Fayetteville.
Saturday, the Cougars are on the road again for their Big 12 debut.
Rise and shout.
BYU, Kansas. Our extended pregame coverage starts at 9 with kickoff at 1:30 on Utah's legacy home for BYU football. KSL News Radio.
Made to Shine. Real stories from Shane Company customers.
So last week, my boyfriend said, I have a surprise for you. And I totally thought he was going to propose, but it was just tickets to a baseball game. Then during the game, Will You Marry Me was up on the big screen, and he was down on one knee holding the most beautiful engagement ring. It was so sparkly.
Our expert jewelers set every center stone by hand, so you'll shine forever. Shane Company, fine jewelry since 1929.
At Intermountain Primary Children's Hospital, we made a bold promise to build the nation's model health system for children. Join us in realizing our vision for the future of pediatric care. So together, we can expand primary children's impact and ensure every child has access to the right care at the right place at the right time. For a century, Primary Children's has kept the child first and always. Help us continue to do so for the next 100 years. To get involved, visit primarypromise.org.
Every business deserves a great deal. That's why, for a limited time, we're launching the Mobile Made Free event. With Comcast Business Internet, new and existing customers can get 1 year of unlimited mobile for free. Yep, you heard that right. An entire year, free. It's our best internet, powered by the next generation 10G network and with 99.9% reliability. Plus 1 line of free mobile for a year. The Mobile Made Free event is happening now.
Get started with internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, for a limited time only, ask how new and existing customers can get a free line of unlimited mobile during the Mobile Made Free event. Call or go online today to learn more. Ends 9/21/2023. EcoBill and autopay required. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Mobile offer requires 100 megabits per second internet package and new unlimited intro-mobile service. Other restrictions apply.
Ron had a tax problem he just couldn't handle on his own.
I owed the IRS taxes for over 5 years, but I didn't have any money to pay the taxes.
Those years cost him dearly.
Most of it was fees and interest. It was horrible.
Ron finally called in the pros.
I called Optima Tax Relief, and boy, am I happy I did.
The leading tax resolution firm, Optima, is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. They've resolved over $1 billion for their clients. Ron was overjoyed.
They settled my account with the IRS. I was ecstatic. They are a lifesaver. They are. I am so happy.
Take Ron's advice and call Optima now for a free consultation.
Yeah, don't do like I did and wait. Call Optima Tax Relief. Do it now. You'll be ecstatic like me.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News.
We're committed to letting you know exactly what's going on. On our show, we're going to bring you up to speed on what's happening in the world to this moment. At the same time, the news can be really burdensome. It can leave you feeling a little bit depressed and even a little bit more depressed. My Minute of News is just a moment to lift you up. I'm blessed that KSL has given me the freedom to talk about whatever I want. Literally, it is my minute of news. Sometimes it's pegged to what's happening that very day. Sometimes it might be something bizarre that you didn't know happening somewhere else in the world. To make you smile for a moment, even on a difficult day, and make you realize the world is still spinning. I am so honored that so many people have appreciated and enjoy the Minute of News every afternoon.
Ride Home with Jeff Kaplan, weekdays 3 to 7 on KSL News Radio.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Dan Bomas. First, deputies arrested a school bus driver in Richfield for DUI. They say his blood alcohol tested 3 times the legal limit. Second, former Congressman Jason Chaffetz says he won't be a candidate for the U.S. Senate. And third, a new drug that would work like an EpiPen but without an injection has hit a delay in its approval by the Food and Drug Administration. Right now, 69 degrees, partly cloudy in Salt Lake City. Back to Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic.
The United States military lost a $140 million jet. It was not on the ground when they lost it. It was flying about. And then they actually alerted the public and asked the public's help. They said, if you have any information on the whereabouts of an F-35, please call our Base Defense Operations Center.
It seems like a joke, right? It feels like someone hacked their account, because when you hear that the U.S. loses a jet, perhaps they lost it in battle or a training exercise. Not that it's physically flying around and they can't find it.
Yeah, without the pilot in it.
Oh, yeah, that's a little detail there.
So let's look at this article at NBCnews.com. Questions mount after F-35 went missing. Here's a little bit of the backstory. It happened just a couple of days ago. The article spells it out nicely in the first paragraph. Military investigators facing a slew of questions about why an F-35 stealth fighter went missing for more than 24 hours before its wreckage was found in rural South Carolina. Now, keep in mind, it was missing for 24 hours, and the pilot had long since ejected.
Yeah, he'd ejected and ejected safely. And when I first heard about this story, Debbie, I thought this has got to be from Hill Air Force Base. Hill Air Force Base has 78 of these F-35 Lightning II jets. It's the premier jet in the entire world, and by a long shot, it's the greatest jet that was ever designed. And the fact that it went missing, I immediately thought it was Hill Air Force Base. It was not.
No, this is out of Joint Base Charleston, and it happened on Sunday afternoon. So here's some of the questions that are being asked. After initially saying the jet had been left in autopilot when the pilot ejected, a spokesperson at the base in Charleston told NBC News that authorities did not know whether that was the case and were still investigating the matter. So they don't know if the plane was actually left on autopilot.
I'm going to need some more information here, folks. An F-35 was flying around with a pilot. The pilot ejects.
And he parachuted into a home's backyard in Charleston.
In Charleston, South Carolina.
Yeah, it was two planes that took off, and the one pilot, I think it was almost immediately ejected. And so the pilot lands. The pilot goes to the hospital, was released Monday. And there was, no injuries, I guess, reported the pilot. I mean, so what do you want to know? Here's this article. So what are you curious about?
Number one, what in the world do you mean by mishap?
Mm-hmm.
Did he strike some birds? Was it user error? Did he accidentally hit the eject button? I would like a little more information, because thank goodness, Debbie, this plane was found, where was it, in the middle of the field somewhere?
Yeah.
I mean, what happens if that lands in a populated area? What if it hits a school? I mean, we have no idea. I would like to know what in the world led to this. Thank goodness everything turned out fine, but very easily we have F-35s flying over us every single day, all the time. And I would like to know that there's maybe a little better plan than, oh, I'll be darned, something happened.
Okay, so that's a lot that you're spitting at me. Let's start with, why did the pilot eject?
Okay.
Let's start there.
Number one.
So NBC News reports military officials could not immediately explain why the pilot parachuted from the plane. But experts and former F-35 pilots say that decision should not be made lightly. That ejecting from a plane like that is a last-ditch decision. And they suggest that maybe something catastrophically occurred that there was a risk to the aircraft or something of that nature. Or, and this is the one I'm most curious about, and I said this to you yesterday, and you rolled your eyeballs at me. Here's something else they're considering. The F-35B has an auto-eject function. And this expert said, quote, "I'm curious to know if it ejected him involuntarily."
Oh, my goodness. That would be incredible. Now, that being said,
that's what I thought happened, is that he just got
booted.
He got shot out of the plane.
Yeah. Well, and some of this makes sense that there is an auto eject mechanism, of course, because you have no idea what is going on in the engine. You have no idea what might be happening because you're just flying the plane. It's not like you can get out and walk around and kick the tires. So if something happens, of course that they would have some sort of mechanism that if the computers notice there is a quote-unquote catastrophic failure, if there's something extremely dangerous, then you would have an automatic ejection system, kind of like airbags.
David and I talking about new questions that are being raised with this F-35 jet that took off from a base in Charleston, South Carolina on Sunday afternoon. The pilot is ejected. We don't know why yet. Specifically, was it something the pilot did or was it something that the plane did to the pilot? But the plane just keeps flying, and the military actually turns to the public and puts out on social media, hey, if you've seen an F-35, it's about in the neighborhood of $140 million, would you let us know? Thankfully, sometimes it's just like these miracles are, I don't know, I can't figure it out. Miraculously, this jet, which totally could have torpedoed right into a playground somewhere, did not. It ends up in a field. I don't even think it was anywhere near where the military was initially looking for it. It was looking for it in a couple of lakes. Ends up in a field, and there's no other injuries reported. Pilot goes to the hospital. Then he's sent home. So hopefully his injuries, if he has any, aren't that bad. He ended up parachuting down into somebody's backyard. But then the big question becomes like, we have $140 million jets flying around in our skies, and we can just like, do they not have a transponder on them? That we need to, the military has to put out a tweet.
They have stealth capabilities.
And say, hey, have you happened to see this? Let us know. So that is one of the big questions. Why did the jet lose communications? Because they are equipped with, no surprise, transponders that let aircraft be tracked. Now, the military initially said the transponder did not appear to be working, but were unsure of why it wasn't working. Yikes.
Okay.
There's a lot of layers here.
Final question from me. Where was it? How much distance was there between the pilot where he ejected and where they found the plane?
Oh, I don't know that. Do you have it?
No, I don't.
No, I don't know.
I thought it was a different state, though. Didn't they find the crash in North Carolina? Where did they find the crash?
Well, he took off from Charleston, and I believe it was found. Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry, I just found the article in Live 5 News in South Carolina, approximately 80 miles away from where the pilot landed. That's where the debris was found. Now, remember, 80 miles is a chunk, right? I mean, that's obviously as like Ogden to Utah County. So there's a huge distance. But remember, those fighter jets are flying at 500 miles per hour, sometimes faster. So much higher. I'm not sure how fast they go, but who knows? I don't know how fast a F-35 flies without its cockpit. I don't know if that slows down the drag a little bit, but certainly 80 miles is a significant distance.
Right, and the next big question is why did it keep flying? Why did the aircraft keep flying? And they said, well, it is conceivable that it was on autopilot, or if there were engine problems, maybe it just kept coasting. Lots of questions after that F-35 went missing. They did find it, and I don't know, some stroke of luck, nobody got hurt. I don't know how nobody ended up getting hurt in all of that. They lost the transponder. They don't know if the plane accidentally and unintentionally ejected the pilot. Nobody gets hurt on the ground, and the pilot ends up in the hospital, but then is released.
I way undershot how fast the F-35 goes. It can go
it's like 1,000.
up to 1,200 miles per hour. I don't have any idea, but if this pilot was ejected, I want to know how fast it was traveling. So between, 3 and 1,200 miles an hour? That's
maybe you can join the military investigation, Dave.
It's 11:30 at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bonas. KSL's top local story this hour with Senator Mitt Romney not running for re-election. One name that's been rumored to run for his seat, Jason Chaffetz. Now, former Congressman Chaffetz says he's not actively pursuing it, though he's not closing the door completely.
At some point, not probably in 2024, but maybe in 2028, I've kept the door really wide open on potentially running for governor. To be able to help the state of Utah, be in Utah, that has, I think, ultimately more appeal to me than running for the United States Senate.
Chaffetz says he's happy as a Fox News commentator. Later specified he is not planning to run against Governor Cox next year. A new mutated strain of the COVID-19 virus has made its way to Utah wastewater. The Utah Department of Health and Human Services says the variant was found in a sample from a sewage treatment plant in Tooele. Hasn't been seen, though, in individual samples from people in that county. Utah is one of 11 states to see that variant. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. Senator Mitt Romney told the Senate panel there's plenty to worry about when it comes to artificial intelligence if it's not properly regulated.
That this is a very dangerous development. And I realize it's not like overnight we clicked on a switch and now we have AI. But it's now reached a level with generative AI that's in many respects quite different than what we've known in the past.
Romney says he mainly worries how AI will affect national security and job availability in the United States. Your money at this moment, the Dow Jones average has been ahead of the curve all morning long, 215 points up right now. NASDAQ, on the other hand, is down about 14 points. And our KSL weather, we're moving toward a cloudy and rainy day on Friday. That's next. KSL News Time, 11:32.
Early mornings can be hard enough, just getting yourself going.
We try to make it a little easier with news and weather from comfortable, trusted anchors and reporters.
Join us on Utah's Morning News between 5 and 9
on KSL News Radio.
Are you finally ready to lose weight for life? Get your consultation today at Revive Men's Health here in Salt Lake City to assess your health and discuss if their safe and effective weight loss treatment with semaglutide or tirzepatide are a good fit for you. They offer prescription weight loss support with pricing up to 60% less than the name brand medications. Book today. Call 801-263-7777. That's 801-263-7777. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Klein tools are new at Lowe's, pros. Lowe's knows you want top brands and quality products, and Klein Tools delivers. Right now, get the Klein 3-piece ModBox mobile workstation for $319.94 and the Klein 5-piece cushion grip screwdriver set for just $34.97, both exclusively at Lowe's. Shop the largest selection of Klein tools, the highest quality tool brand at Lowe's. Because Lowe's knows tools, Lowe's knows pros.
This is Jeff Stout with Fink & McGregor, Mortgages Made Simple. Over the years, I have seen a lot of down payment assistance programs. Most of them just aren't practical for one reason or another, but we have one now that is pretty solid. This program is for first-time home buyers or some buyers who have been out of the market for several years. It includes a gift of up to $4,000 to help with the down payment. Given that this program only calls for a 3% down payment in the first place, this gift can be a real game changer. Some restrictions apply. One restriction is that the household income cannot be over a certain amount, which for most areas along the Wasatch Front is around $85,000 annual income. Call us today if you want to take a look. Fink & McGregor, Mortgages Made Simple, 801-264-9494. That's 264-9494. Or on the web at finkmcgregor.com. NMLS 289115.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best.
What about those round trips that you plan in advance, which are perfect on your way there and perfect on your way back? Or those meetings with friends for which you make a group chat 3 months before so that nobody or anything is missing? Or your daughter's first birthday party. You planned it with such dedication that instead of the first, it felt like our 15s. The same way you plan each detail for those moments. Start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit. And make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council. Any Hour Services free furnace sale is going on right now. If you haven't scheduled your free estimate yet, what are you waiting for? Call Any Hour Services today or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
You trust us for news and information in your car. Now trust us at home. KSL News Radio is your window to the outside world, keeping you informed on the latest breaking news, weather, traffic, sports, and more. Listen on your Amazon Echo or Google Home device. Just say, Alexa, open KSL News Radio, or listen on the KSL News Radio app. Text the word app to 57500. KSL News Radio, Utah's all-day companion for news.
We have emergency traffic brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. Here's Ricky Meeks.
Well, this crash just occurred about 3 to 5 minutes ago, and it involves multiple vehicles northbound I-15 approaching the 6 South exit downtown. We have 2 to 3 right lanes of travel blocked, and all traffic is kind of getting by on the left, but there's two other vehicles in the fast lane, a left lane. And so you've got vehicles across the freeway. It is causing stop-and-go delays back to 2100 South. Also, Murray PD has responded to an auto pedestrian crash at State Street just south of 5400 South. With over 30-plus specialties and multiple locations across Utah, Revere has you covered for all your health needs. Revere Health, your partner in health, your partner for life. Online at reverehealth.com. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather, a few showers possible today at the Wasatch Front, but dry weather will remain over most of Utah. Clouds increase with a 50% chance of rain by Friday. Today's high 82, tomorrow 72, 63 on Friday. And right now, 71 degrees, partly cloudy. I'm Dan Bomas, KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com. Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Well, you know his voice. He's been an icon in the community. The voice of the Salt Lake Bees, Steve Klauke, he's hanging up the microphone. And I think this weekend is his last weekend calling the Salt Lake Bees games.
What's shocking here, Deb, is he's the only voice I know. He's the only voice I've ever known for baseball here in Utah. And as many changes as we've had over the years, Steve's been the constant. So this is a tough one for me.
Steve, we couldn't let this week go by without telling you how much we've appreciated you and how important you are to so many Utah residents. You really give us, who are listening on the radio to the Bees games, a front row seat, and you're going to be missed.
Well, thank you, Debbie, and Dave. Appreciate you having me on the show. I'm definitely going to miss it myself, but I really feel like the time is right, and it's going to be bittersweet on Sunday when I sign off the Bees for the last time. But I know my wife is looking forward to having me home in the summertime.
That is a lot of summertime baseball, no question. You've been doing this back. I was a senior in high school. I remember this when you first started. It was with the Buzz, right? 94, if I'm getting my numbers right.
That is correct. Just another reminder that I'm getting old. Thanks, Dave.
Yeah, you're super. I mean,
I was there with you, Steve.
Incredible.
You just didn't know me so well back then. I was a reporter for Channel 4 News, and we did a big special when the stadium opened back. And then you were there the whole time. You've been there the whole time. And I've had just such an honor from time to time to be invited up to the booth with you and watch you work. And it is you're like a computer. I don't know how you keep all of that information straight. This is truly a gift that few people have. How do you do it? And do you have a headache after every game you call? Because you got to remember statistics. You got to keep the fans, up to speed on what's going on in the field.
It's just the only way I know how to do it. It's just one of those things that I learned at a young age. You have to be prepared if you're going to go on the air. If you're not prepared, you're not ready. People will be able to see right through it. And I just think that being ready is what I need. Now, I can remember a lot of things that happened with the team back in the 90s, the 2000s, the 2010s, and this decade. But if my wife asked me to bring home some milk, forget about it. There's no way I remember that.
What's been your best moment, or what's been the team's best moment when you've been calling the shots?
Wow, there's just so many, but the one that seems to stand out more than any was a game here in 1998 against the New Orleans Zephyrs, their first year in our league, and they scored 9 runs in the top of the first inning, and the Buzz scored 8 in the bottom half. It was 9-8 after 1 inning, and it took 51 minutes to play the first inning. And the late Joe Garagiola was here on his anti-spit tobacco campaign, and he poked his head into the booth after the first inning was over. He says, "Steve, that's the strangest inning I've ever seen." And I looked at him with a straight face, remembering the book that he wrote, and I go, "Joe, baseball's a funny game." And then the Buzz eventually won the game on a 3-run homer in the bottom of the 9th inning by a guy named Scott Stahoviak, which not only did that win the game for the team, but it also gave Scott the cycle for the day.
Well, that is an incredible game. What a great memory. Okay, so you make this decision right as some of the greatest announcements I've ever heard in the state of Utah is that the Miller family is trying to get a Major League Baseball team here. Steve, your timing couldn't be worse.
Well, I just turned 68 in January, which I know is not that old. I'm looking at, Vin Scully went into the 80s and all that. But, a lot of the guys who have moved on and worked into their 70s and 80s in Major League Baseball take series off. They might miss a series every 4 or 5 weeks just to recharge the batteries. And I can't do that, Dave. I either have to be all in or all out, and I hate missing games. And so I just think I can't wait until that happens, whether it's 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, or not at all. Hopefully it does happen, and I know there have been some fans who have suggested that I come back for that. Well, I'll leave that up to the Miller family and what my faculties are at that point. But even if it's just for a couple of innings, it would be fun. I still remember very fondly the 2 games. I got a chance to do 2 innings for the Toronto Blue Jays in 2004, and then in 2016 doing 6 full games, 2 series, 1 in Seattle and 1 in Baltimore for the Angels, which are times I'll never forget.
Steve Klauke, a longtime announcer of the Salt Lake Bees. He's been announcing for the Bees since the mid-'90s.
Bees, Buzz, Stingers.
Yeah, 4,000-plus games, Steve. Look, one of my favorite moments at any Bees game I go to is when there's the produce race, right? I love the produce race. Like when the banana trips the carrot. I mean, I will knock my children out of the way if I can get a better view of the produce race. But I just read that on Saturday, for people, the first 1,500 people who show up, I think it's 1,500 people who show up to the Bees game will get a Steve Klauke bobblehead doll. And I think that trumps the produce race, Steve.
It's funny. I've got the first one on my shelf right here, and they surprised me with it a couple of weeks ago. They called the meeting supposedly, for compliance purposes, and it turned out to be a surprise to show me this new bobblehead that they did. My wife and kids were there, and of course my kids being them, their first response was, "It's a nice bobblehead, Dad, but it's too buff."
The head is built to scale, though, so it's amazing.
So what I take away from this conversation, Steve, is that you're not totally closing the door on a potential comeback if the timing is right and if Salt Lake gets an MLB game. I'm just want to make sure that's clear. Or MLB team.
If they were to ask, I would be interested, but I'm thinking that I'd be about 73, 74, and that'd be awfully old for a rookie.
You're the natural. Don't worry about it.
See you Saturday, Steve. See you Saturday. Look forward to the game. Look forward to seeing you. Thanks so much. Nicest man you'll ever meet. Great guy, and an amazing play-by-play announcer for the Salt Lake Bees all these years. Honestly, when times you've probably sat through watch the play-by-play next to them.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
Yeah,
how just spot on they are, and all the information they're processing all the time. I just don't know how they do it, Dave.
Well, you don't cram. You do it by spending 29 years in the booth, covering it 154 games a year. That's how you do it. You become an expert on a level that's almost incomprehensible.
We forgot to ask him who's going to be his replacement. Oh, we'll try to figure that out.
He's not telling us that. No comment.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Did you know Utah has just one all-new station in the morning?
It's this one, weekday mornings between 5 and 9.
Start your days with us. We're Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon.
Your morning companions for news.
Found your dream house but not your dream rate? Make your purchase with a home loan from Cypress Credit Union. Refinance within 12 months if rates drop, and we'll take care of the refinancing fees. Our team of local home loan experts is here to help you on every step of your home buying journey. Click the ad for more information.
Cypress Credit Union. Your future is our future.
Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender, NMLS number 666254.
With our roots in northern Utah, Holy Cross Hospital has a legacy of caring to help every person be whole and healthy. Find us at 5 Holy Cross Hospital locations and more than 45 clinics along the Wasatch Front. Learn more at holycrossutah.org.
At Holy Cross Hospital, we're honored to carry the legacy of our namesake and equally honored to care for Northern Utah's vibrant communities. Find us at 5 Holy Cross Hospital locations and more than 45 clinics along the Wasatch Front. Learn more at holycrossutah.org.
Hi, this is Doug Wright, and there are good things in the air. You can feel it, you can see it, you can experience it. Football, the kids are back in school. It's beginning to cool off a little bit. Fall is in the air, and a great place to go this fall for the best meal you've ever had. It's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Now let's talk about going up to the mountains where the leaves are just beginning to turn. It's going to be gorgeous. And at Hotel Park City, there's a Ruth's Chris Steakhouse waiting for you. So many things are going on in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City, and there's a Ruth's Chris Steakhouse downtown for you as well at 275 South West Temple. That steak that you've been longing for, cooked to perfection, the perfect temperature, the side dishes, the desserts. They're at both locations of Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. So call and make your reservations now. When Dee and I ate there the other night, it was so delicious, so good. That first bite, you're going to love it at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
This is Derek Miller speaking on business. With an historically low unemployment rate, Utah has seen some unprecedented challenges when it comes to recruiting and retaining a workforce. To address this issue, Ensign College has taken several steps. President Bruce Cush joins us to share more about their efforts.
Harvard Business School researchers recently published a report calling for community colleges and employers to work more closely to solve the challenge of creating a steady pipeline of prospective employees that are necessary to maintain a vibrant and growing economy. Employers require talent that's better prepared. Colleges want employers to be more engaged. And while Utah has been a leader in job creation, the supply of qualified workers still falls short of demand and employer expectations. And though there's no quick fix, Ensign College believes steps can be taken to address the dilemma. We think it all starts with a skills-based curriculum, counseling with employer advisory boards to assure that what is taught is what employers really need. And engaged employers offering internships and other real-world experience helps produce a prepared workforce ready to contribute from day one. Find out how we prepare capable and trusted employees at ensign.edu.
By cultivating our talent pipeline in educational institutions, we can better bolster and build out our workforce. It is our responsibility as Utahns to support the education sector's commitment to the next generation of workers. I'm Derek Miller with the Salt Lake Chamber, speaking on business.
Emergency traffic on KSL News Radio, brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. This is a nasty one. It's a multiple vehicle crash with possible injuries. And I think we have a secondary crash in the mix. This is northbound I-15 approaching the 6 South exit to downtown. Right now, northbound I-15 taken down to 2 left lanes of travel. That is all that is open while crews are still arriving on the scene of this accident. You have big trucks, you have tiny vehicles and everything in between, and something sitting in the middle of I-15 as UDOT using the push bar method to literally push one of these vehicles out of the lanes of travel. Again, northbound I-15, 6 South, you have stop and go delays now stretching into South Salt Lake. Only 2 left lanes of travel open. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Dan Bomas. First, Zion National Park will be carrying visitors on new electric buses starting today. Second, former Congressman Jason Chaffetz says he won't rule out a run for the U.S. Senate, but he's happy working for Fox News. And third, Senator Mitt Romney says we need to be aware of the hazards of artificial intelligence. 71 degrees right now in Salt Lake City. Back to Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic.
United Auto Workers still on strike. Does not look like there's a resolution in sight. Last story I read a few hours ago this morning, Dave, before we came on the air, it said that if there isn't a deal reached by this Friday, more UAW workers will walk off the job, which is not good news if you're looking for a new car. Listen to this brutal headline from the Wall Street Journal.
Now is a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad time to buy a car.
Okay, I get it. So maybe the timing isn't great right now, but when you're buying a car, sometimes it's a luxury. But sometimes it just doesn't matter. You need a car when you need a car. And the terrible news for me is, okay, I've been shopping for a car the last week.
Oh, so you have been doing your research, your homework.
Lots of research.
What have you found about car shopping that makes it so terrible right now? Should we start with, like, what about the prices?
Yeah, the prices, first of all, are quite shocking. Number one, I've seen this number a lot. So the average cost of a car is $49,000 per year.
Wow.
But that's
car.
the average per car. Yeah. Now, if you're looking for anything in the SUV, or if you're looking for a truck, you're not getting it for $49,000. It's going to be far more expensive. That's the average again. And the majority of Utahns buy SUVs and light trucks. 83% of the time, if Utah is buying a new vehicle, it's an SUV or a truck.
And that would make your car payment, what, about $1,000 a month?
Well, it could be. It depends on what you get. I know that 17% of new car owners have a car payment of $1,000 a month. 17%, almost 1 in 5 new car owners have $1,000 a month car payment.
In light of United Auto Workers strike not resolving anytime soon, and Dave out car shopping for the first time in, 20 years for a new car, right? It's been a long time.
It's been a long time.
Okay. It's been a real wake-up call for him. He's finding out why it's not a great time to buy a new car. One is high cost. What about demand? What did you find on that front?
The demand is incredible. I'll tell you my experience. I was looking. I've kind of narrowed it down. I want an electric vehicle. I'm not, like, totally sold on it, but I'm kind of dipping my toes into it.
Call the White House. Let them know that Dave is in the market for an EV because he wants to save the environment.
Dave does not.
It.
He does not care about the environment. Dave cares about gas prices. That's why. And Dave talks to himself in third person all the time as well. Don't worry about it. So I'm looking for the Chevy Bolt. That's what I'm looking for. Debbie, so help me, I cannot find one. Really? I cannot find one to test drive. I went to one car company, and they said, oh, well, we expect one in about a month. If you put a deposit down, then, you jump to the front of the line. So much so, Debbie, because I'm a big dude.
Front of the line.
Yeah, the front of the line, if you put a deposit down, you can have it. Maybe sort of in a month, but it only comes in metallic blue. There was a used one in the lot, and it had already been sold. I said, can I at least just go sit in it? Mind you, this has been sold to another person, and I had to sweet talk my way into sitting into the seat to see if I fit in it.
No, you have to. You
So,
have to do that.
So help me, they did. They'd sold this car. They went and grabbed the keys, and I was able to sit on it. In it, it was used. It had already been sold, but they're nearly impossible to find. And that just speaks to the high demand. They said, oh yeah, as soon as we get one in, boom, they're gone.
Heather Kelly, you've also been in the market for a car. What's been your experience? Heather Kelly, of course, of KSL News Radio. You'll recognize the voice the minute she starts talking.
Okay, that is almost exactly the same. Is it the car that I am looking for? It's all pre-sold. It'll be in a month. Or here's one thing: I haven't even seen one in person. The model that I'm looking for, I haven't even seen it in person, let alone just look at it or test drive it. And they say that every single model that is coming into the shops are pre-sold, so I can't test drive it, but I can order one, which will take 6 to 8 months to get. Why on earth would I order a car I've never seen in person?
Heather, we're such buddies in this. I mean, we have totally we're going through the same thing. I'm sitting in a used vehicle trying to anticipate, like, what would this feel like if it were 2 years newer? Yeah. I would just have to imagine it.
I mean, I have called. I've literally called or emailed. Actually, I've been trying to email almost all these. Washington State, Idaho, Utah, Nevada, Texas, Colorado. I have emailed dozens of car dealerships because I've been looking for 6 to 8 months, actually. I'm not in dire need for a car, but I knew, hey, within the next year or so, I'm going to need one. And I was trying to make sure that I didn't get into that everything is so high priced and make sure I had the best deal, the whole bit. Oh my gosh. It is nearly impossible unless you want to pay exorbitant prices for something that in another year or two, hopefully the prices will come down.
As you're looking through this, I mean, I'm sure you're going through this as well. The prices are high. The selection is low. Mm-hmm. But what about the financing? When you look at that, is that intimidating as well?
No, I'm very fortunate. I have been saved. The car I'm driving now is 23 years old. So almost from the day I got that car, I started putting money aside for the next car.
Stop it. You are paying cash for a new car?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Heather, you are a unicorn. I did not know that you people existed.
Do you feel like that puts you at a disadvantage because the car dealers would prefer somebody who does financing? What do you think?
Well, you do not tell them that you're going to do that. So I have, trust me, I've done whole podcasts about how you need to talk to the dealerships and not explain your cash, because they will bump up the price if you tell them they're cash, because they get a lot of their money from financing. Heather
Kelly, thank you. I'm sorry you can't sit in your car. You just have to look at it online. I feel bad for you. I also feel your pain. Thanks. I saw Heather tweet this out. She was so frustrated because it's like, I've gone to 8 different states. I've checked with 8 different states. No one can give me a test drive. Yeah, it can be super frustrating, but nevertheless, prices keep going up. People keep buying these new cars because, again, when you need a car, you need a car.
I'm going to come back to that in just a moment because I'm not so sure you can't put it on hold for just a bit until things kind of loosen up. But I want to give Heather a shout out. She does an excellent podcast everybody should be listening to. It's called Money Making Sense with Heather Kelly. You probably heard her say, I've done lots of podcasts about this. Lots of great actionable tips, how to save money, how to make sure you're not getting taken advantage of. It's a free podcast. You can find that at KSL Podcasts or your favorite podcast platform.
Can you believe that she's owned her vehicle for 23 years, and she said, I've been saving for my next vehicle for 23 years.
That's why she is the host of a podcast called Money Making Sense. She knows how to make her money make sense. Can you wait, Dave, on that new EV?
There's no promises, and the Wall Street Journal pointed this out. There's no promises that the price are going to get better.
KSL FM Midvale, KSL Salt Lake City. Listen at home on any smart speaker and in your car at 102.7 FM. This is KSL News Radio, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Good afternoon. KSL News Time is 12 o'clock noon, and this is Utah's Noon News. I'm Maria Chaleos. KSL's top story this hour, it is developing news. The Camas woman accused of killing her husband and writing a children's book about grief is denying allegations of attempted witness tampering after a letter to her mother in jail was found in her cell. KSL News Radio's Hugo Ricard Bell is live with updates on Corey Richan's case. Hugo?
Maria, a 6-page handwritten letter to her mother was found inside a book during a search of Corey Richan's cell in Summit County Jail. She flatly denies it's an attempt to corrupt a witness, in this case her brother, and says the letter is an excerpt from a fictional mystery book she's writing. Apparently it's about her being stuck in a Mexican jail, according to a recorded phone call cited in court records between her and her mother. The letter is the first we've heard from Corey Richan since she was arrested and makes allegations that her late husband, whose murder she's on trial for, was a drug addict with cartel connections. Reporting live, Hugo Ricard Bell, KSL News Radio.
Charges have been refiled against the former president of the Utah Farm Bureau, Ron Gibson. The earlier charges of assault were filed in Hooper, Utah, but the county attorney has now filed them in unincorporated part of Weber County after realizing the alleged assault was not actually in Hooper. KSL's top national stories this hour. Investigators continue to search for the husband of a Bronx daycare owner this morning after several children were exposed to fentanyl inside the daycare earlier this week, resulting in a 1-year-old's death and at least 3 serious injuries.
Really is a sign of the country's struggle with fentanyl. It is killing tens of thousands of Americans every single year. And if it's in a daycare, the DEA says it shows it can really be anywhere.
ABC's Aaron Katersky reporting. Other national stories KSL is following. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is warning House lawmakers that a possible government shutdown would come at the worst possible time because it would stop the training of thousands of air traffic controllers in its tracks as the FAA gets ready for the busy holiday season.
Even a shutdown lasting a few weeks could set us back by months or more because of how complex that training is. And we cannot afford that kind of politically driven disruption.
Buttigieg says the Department of Transportation met their hiring goals for the year to keep flights from becoming delayed or canceled for American travelers, but a slight halt in their training from a political-driven disruption could have major long-term impacts on the industry. Attorney General Merrick Garland is defending the work of his Justice Department before the House Judiciary Committee. Congressman Eric Swalwell of California said his GOP colleagues were being hypocritical.
Mr. Attorney General, my colleague just said that you should be held in contempt of Congress, and that is quite rich because the guy who's leaving the hearing room right now, Mr. Jordan, is about 500 days into evading his subpoena.
Garland says the DOJ applies the law equally and doesn't answer to any politician. A new legislative audit is warning mitigating dust from the Great Salt Lake's exposed lake bed could cost taxpayers $1.5 billion. A recent report in the Great Salt Lake Collaborative shows the cost will keep going up if the lake keeps shrinking.
Dust is not an issue if it's covered by water. So the more water we can get to blow over Farmington Bay and Bear River Bay, the better.
Great Salt Lake Basin Planner with the Division of Water Resources, Laura Vernon, says getting the water levels up will take some time. The lake still needs to rise between 6 and 7 feet before it's healthy again. And now a big-name celebrity is speaking out about the lake.
Let us not take this planet for granted. I do not take tonight for granted. Thank you so very much.
Leonardo DiCaprio is taking to social media, calling for people to sign a petition by the Sierra Club, which calls on leaders to do more to save the Great Salt Lake. The actor has long spoken out about environmental issues like climate change, including during his Best Actor acceptance speech at the 2016 Oscars.
It is the most urgent threat facing our entire species.
The Sierra Club is one of several environmental groups suing state agencies that manage the Great Salt Lake, including the Utah Department of Natural Resources. The lawsuit claims the state allowed too many water diversions and failed to keep the lake at a healthy level. DNR has defended their efforts to save the lake and says keeping it at one level isn't realistic or healthy. Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
First look traffic. Ricky Meese has the latest on an emergency traffic situation. Ricky?
We have 2 crashes in the same location, northbound I-15 at 6 South. Multiple right lanes of travel are blocked, and with only 2 left lanes of traffic open, that means we have stop-and-go delays. Now back to almost 3300 South. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL News Time, 12:05.
Thursday, Governor Spencer Cox joins Maria Chaleos. Politics is the art of the possible. The governor will address Utah's future political landscape and take your questions. Let me speak to the governor, Thursday at noon on KSL News Radio.
September means it's time for Any Hour Services free furnace sale. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and as summer comes to a close and falls right around the corner, the weather gets, well, perfect. And when the weather's perfect, people need a little extra incentive to replace their heating and cooling system. That's where Any Hour Services free furnace sale comes in. For the month of September, when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free, you just pay the labor. And there's no catch. There's no raising the price on the air conditioner first. There's no making you buy the most expensive air conditioner to qualify. There's none of that. There's just a desire to keep our technicians working while the weather's mild and a genuine appreciation of you for helping us keep them busy. So if you've been thinking about replacing your old furnace and air conditioner and want to know exactly how much you can save during our free furnace sale, call Any Hour Services today and schedule a free estimate. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Join Mike Stevens of Capital Wealth Advisors for Retire Right Radio, Saturdays at 5 a.m. and 9 p.m. That's Retire Right Radio with Mike Stevens, Saturdays at 5 a.m. and 9 p.m.
Thank you for joining us for Utah's New News, recapping our top story this hour. The Camas woman accused of killing her husband and writing a children's book about grief is denying allegations of attempted witness tampering after a letter to her mother was found in her jail cell. KSL News Time 12:06. Another case of E. coli is confirmed in Lehigh, totaling 13 cases over the past 3 months. E. coli 1570157 is the specific strain affecting citizens, which Lehigh City Communications Manager Chantel Livingston says is more harmful.
With E. coli 0157, that's a severe strain. So you're going to be a lot more sick, you're going to have more of an illness compared to if you just had E. coli.
Symptoms usually appear 3 to 4 days after infection, and they include vomiting, stomach cramping, and nausea. The city is working to treat the water, but advises all citizens to avoid playing in pressurized irrigation water and to wash their hands often to avoid infection. The new West Davis Highway could open as much as 6 months earlier than predicted. UDOT spokesman John Gleason says it's impressive because of supply shortages early in the project and then last year's really snowy winter.
Our crews have made a lot of progress and they've been out there nonstop, really. So it's great news. We're going to be able to open it up hopefully by the end of this year.
Gleason says the road will take a lot of pressure off the I-15 corridor in Davis County. It will run 16 miles between West Point and the Legacy Parkway I-15 junction. Breaking news on KSL News Radio. The Federal Reserve says that they are holding interest rates steady after meeting today. Many experts are expecting one more rate increase this year. Forest crews are working on reviving parts of the Uinta Mountains after years of beetle infestations have ravaged the area. They're working on thinning out dead trees, doing prescribed burns, and letting the area grow back naturally. Crews say some areas of the forest lost 95% of their lodgepole pines. KSL News Time, 12:09. Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. We do have an emergency traffic situation. Let's get the latest with Ricky Meese.
2 crashes, 1 spot, a lot of vehicles involved and possible injuries. Northbound I-15 at 6 South, entering into the Salt Lake City area. Only 2 left lanes of travel open on northbound I-15, and that is causing backups to 3300 south. A lot of stop-and-go speeds in this. If you don't want to sit through this, an alternate would be a surface street like State or 7th East, or hop off of northbound I-15, get over to the West Belt and travel northbound to come into downtown that way. But right now, add an extra 20 to 30 minutes minimum to get through these delays. And we're not sure how long this is going to take. It could be a while before it's cleared out because it involves so many vehicles. We also have an accident in Utah County, southbound I-15, just north of University Avenue in Provo, and a small accident out of traffic on the shoulders southbound on the West Belt at 2100 North. Your one-tank trip starts in Cedar City, Parowan, and Bryan Head. Scenic byways, fabulous fall colors, live theater, mountain biking, chairlift rides, ATVing, vibrant art, food, and downtown. Visit cedarcity.com. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Fantastic fall weather today with a high of 82, partly cloudy, and a slight chance to see a shower roll in off the higher elevations. Overnight lows in the mid-60s. Tomorrow, 72 with a chance for thunder, breezy. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Mostly cloudy skies in downtown Salt Lake City and 79 degrees. Coming up on Utah's New News, a proposed nasal spray alternative to the EpiPen gets shut down by the FDA. We'll go in depth in a few minutes on KSL, streaming at home on any smart speaker and in your car at 102.7 FM. This is KSL News Radio, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Transform your outdated kitchen with half-price granite. Replace your entire kitchen with beautiful and affordable options with granite for only $2,500. Yeah, $2,500. Not interested in countertops? No worries. Half-price granite is now stocked with gorgeous cabinets and flooring options to choose from. You're sure to find something you love. Call 801-486-1700. 801-486-1700. Half-price granite. Online at halfpricegranite.com. Half-price granite. Affordable luxury.
Happy 62nd birthday, Granddad.
Thanks, sweetheart.
I got you this.
A mug. Oh, thank you. What does it say? Beware. If you are 60 or older, you may be at increased risk of hospitalization from RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, compared to adults younger than 60.
Not all dangers come with warning labels. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV today. Learn more at bewareofrsv.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
You know, for the last couple of weeks, I just kind of keep chuckling when I think about my SOTA weight loss journey. SOTA's SOTA, state-of-the-art weight loss, because it is. And the reason I've been chuckling is because often when you hear about a program, you start thinking, you know, does it work? Does it work? I can honestly say no one's ever asked me if SOTA weight loss works. Why? Because the results don't lie. I've lost 37 pounds. People can see it. They see the energy. They see what I'm able to do. And they don't want to know, does it work? They want to know, how does it work? And it works because you have your own nutritionist. You have one-on-one consultations. You get to the root cause. It's a really all points of the compass approach to emotional eating, your habits, getting the right nutrition to your body at the right time. And it's all so simple. And it works. The results don't lie. So you don't have to ask, does SOTA work? It works. The results don't lie. I'll tell you how it works. It works because it's an extraordinary group and it's impacting people all around the country. As I always say, when it comes to your SOTA weight loss journey, no time to lose, only time to win. I've been doing this for over 20 months now. Start winning with SOTA Weight Loss, SOTAweightloss.com.
Join the Utah Symphony for the greatest classical hits from the 1700s to today. Tickets start at $21. Get yours today at utahsymphony.org.
I'm Dave Cawley, investigative journalist and host of the podcast Cold. In October of 1985, a woman named Cherie Warren left work at a busy Salt Lake City office
to meet her estranged husband at a downtown auto dealership.
She never made it home. Cherie's car surfaced weeks later in Las Vegas.
In the parking lot of a hotel casino.
No one knows how it got there.
Strange. It was strange.
Both Cherie's estranged husband and her boyfriend raised suspicion for investigators.
I kind of thought that he might have done something.
But no arrests were ever made. In Cold Season 3, we dig into double lives, make new connections in the case, and examine the difficulty raised by reasonable doubt.
We want answers just as much as anyone else.
They have creeps like that now too, so nothing's changed.
That's the new Cold Season 3, The Search for Cherie. Now available anywhere you get your podcasts.
KSL News Time 12:15. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
Congressman Chris Stewart, who just left office on Friday, has announced he'll head up a new government affairs firm that's partnering with a lobbying and consulting firm headed by former National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien. I'm KSL News Radio's Lindsay Aerts.
Second, the Federal Reserve says they will not raise interest rates. Central Bank says they will take time to keep reviewing the state of the economy before changing anything. Third, traffic and weather together. Ricky?
Northbound I-15 all jammed up. It's emergency traffic going through the heart of the valley with delays starting just after 3300 South due to two accidents northbound I-15 at 6 South. Only a couple of left lanes of travel open on I-15 at this time. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Partly cloudy with a slight chance to see a pop-up storm. 82 the high today. I'm Matt Johnson.
Mostly cloudy in downtown Salt Lake City, 79 degrees. Time now for KSL's top national stories.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. For the first time since summer when border crossings slowed, border officials along the U.S.-Mexico border now reporting a sudden surge. ABC's Alex Stone has details.
Reasons behind this current surge aren't clear. There hasn't been a big policy or law change in the last couple of weeks, and it's been relatively calm at the border after the end of Title 42. There are some who say this is a result of cartels telling migrants to go and overwhelm the border. Others believe it's a result of the asylum process and the new app to schedule an appointment to claim asylum not working well and migrants being fed up and going. But we know there are more groups coming from south of Mexico, so it's not going to end anytime soon and could be the new normal.
President Biden meeting with Brazil's leader on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly. Earlier, the president held talks with Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Both leaders discussed Israel's new law that weakens the judiciary, Iran's nuclear ambitions, and ongoing discussions between Israel and Saudi Arabia to normalize relations. State Secretary Antony Blinken says it will be a challenge given the history between the two nations.
There are things the Saudis are looking for, things the Israelis are looking for, things we'd be looking for that make getting to yes a challenge. But we see the reward, if we can get there, as well being worth the effort.
The auto workers' strike not even a week long, already impacting dealerships. Matt Demmer owns Jack Demmer Ford in Wayne, Michigan, and says he hopes the union and Detroit's big three automakers can agree on a pay and benefits package soon.
This isn't good for anybody, right? It's not good for the motor companies, it's not good for the employees, it's not good for the community, it's not good for us. You know, we need to go back to business as usual.
The strike just one of the issues that the Federal Reserve Board was watching as it weighed another interest rate hike. The board finishing its policy meeting announcing that it will keep interest rates unchanged for now. That as it tries to balance the job market with lowering inflation. You're listening to ABC News.
Time for the KSL In-Depth. The one drug companies plan to make an alternative to the EpiPen that is much easier to use. It's going to have to wait. The FDA rejected a new nasal spray designed to help people going into anaphylactic shock. ABC's Brian Clark is following the latest developments.
EpiPens provide an injection that counters an allergic reaction. One drug company, ARS Pharma, has a new drug called Neffy. It's an EpiPen that does not require an injection. But the FDA has paused the approval process, saying there's not enough evidence right now to approve the drug. Neffy was not tested on people with life-threatening allergic reactions. The company's CEO said in a statement he was surprised by the decision.
CBS News spoke to Dr. Scott Sicker at Mount Sinai Food Allergy Institute, who has been closely following the research and development of the new nasal spray.
The studies showed that the nasal epinephrine is basically in the ballpark with the injected epinephrine is actually a little bit better in some ways.
The doctor went on to say the nasal spray has its benefits and downsides. He says if it ever does get approved, it will still require a discussion with patients before being prescribed.
But I'm certainly going to discuss with them any concerns that they might have.
And again, a setback for the company who wanted to make that an alternative today, the FDA rejecting their proposal. KSL News Time, 12:19. Emergency traffic gets sponsored by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. Let's get the latest with Ricky Meese.
This is northbound I-15, a multiple vehicle crash with possible injuries And these vehicles are anything from just sedans to tractor trailers. They're all involved in 2 crashes northbound I-15 approaching and near 6 South at the exit into downtown Salt Lake City. We have 4 right lanes of travel blocked. Only 2 left lanes are open, and that is what's causing your stop-and-go delays almost back to 3300 South. If you can avoid these delays, you may want to consider an alternate like a surface street, State or 7th East. Or if you're not on northbound I-15 just yet, northbound I-215's west belt would be good, as well as the east belt, and then connect to Foothill if you're trying to get into downtown. Now, we also have a couple of other accidents, one in the cleanup stages, southbound on the west belt, 2100 north out of traffic on the shoulder, also on the shoulder. Southbound I-15, an accident in Utah County. It's just north of University Avenue in Provo. Renew your smile with Grandpa's Dental. Grandpa's Dental offers cosmetic and routine dentistry. Visit grandpasdental.com for a location near you. That's grandpasdental.com. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-8 forecast. 80s today, partly cloudy skies, and a slight chance for a shower. Tomorrow, 72, better thunderstorm chances and breezy. We drop off to 63 for your Friday, rain likely. We'll go mostly sunny skies on Saturday, 70 degrees. Sunday, 76, sunny skies. We keep the blue skies as we work into early next week. Highs in the low 80s. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Mostly cloudy, 79 degrees in downtown Salt Lake City, and the 7-day forecast is brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. Quick check of the markets. Looks like they did move in. Stocks moved into negative territory after the Fed signaled that interest rates will remain higher for longer. The Fed did, keeping them in place for now. We'll continue to watch your money news. A complete update coming up next.
Hey, Derek Overstreet here from the New Millennium Group, financial advisors in Utah. You know, I've been helping people retire in the state of Utah for the last 20 years. The way we do that is we actually find out what is important to you. We create a step-by-step plan that takes into consideration your income, your debt, whether you want money from real estate, stock market, annuities, life insurance, whatever. If you want to deal with professionals, people that are fiduciaries and have a legal responsibility and obligation to do what's in your best interest, give my team a call at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. Or go to my website, utahsfinancialplanner.com. If you'd like to retire 3 to 5 years before you thought it was possible, give my team a call right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370.
Attorney Joe Cordell. Divorce forces a father to focus on what's most important, his children. You may no longer be a husband, but you'll always be a dad. In the divorce process, this comes down to 3 key concerns: physical custody, decision-making, as well as financial support. Each of these is important, and it's important that you choose a lawyer that cares as much about these issues as you do.
Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's Salt Lake City area attorneys. 910 West Legacy Center Way, Suite 120, Midvale, Utah, 84047. CordellCordell.com.
Yeah, I'm so stressed. Our business is growing. We've got people all over now.
Ooma.
What is that? Meditation?
I'm recommending the Ooma cloud phone system with auto attendant and more than 50 features.
Ooma?
Yep, switching to Ooma is a cinch. Just $24.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Now you're feeling it. Find small business calm at ooma.com/radio. That's OOMA.com/radio.
Are you or someone you take care of as their caregiver living with Alzheimer's disease? This study just might be for you. Consider participating in a Athira's clinical trial exploring a novel repair and regenerative approach to Alzheimer's disease. Pantheon Clinical Research in Salt Lake City is looking for people with mild to moderate dementia, 55 to 85 years old. A consistent caregiver or support person is necessary for the conduct of this study. This study is a late-stage clinical study of an investigational drug for the treatment of mild to moderate Alzheimer's disease. Pantheon Clinical Research has over 30 years' experience with clinical trials. They conduct their business with professionalism, efficiency, and integrity. Contact Pantheon Clinical Research in Salt Lake City today. Again, call Pantheon Clinical Research today at 385-281-0550. That's 385-281-0550. Or go to pantheonclinical.com. That's pantheonclinical.com.
Looking for fabulous food, atmosphere, and tradition? Make your reservation at Five All's Restaurant today. The perfect place for a romantic dinner, birthday, or anniversary celebration. You'll love dining at the Five All's.
KSL News Time 1224. The long-running Wheel of Fortune game show is getting ready to welcome its new host.
Pat Sajak's final spin on Wheel of Fortune has yet to come, but the show is already set to go on. Sajak will be replaced by Ryan Seacrest, who made the rounds on morning talk shows this week to promote the transition. He told Good Morning America he prepared for this as a fan.
Now, were you the kind of person who would watch and play from the couch? And how good were you?
What do you mean were?
Yeah, you still are.
Still am. I'm shouting out the puzzles, and my dog is staring at me. I'm also practicing the hosting part, too, in my living room, just to make sure I've got the rules down.
Seacrest already has a lot on his plate, including multiple radio shows. He is best known on television for hosting American Idol and taking over Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' Eve. Co-host Vanna White also made news on Tuesday when the studio announced she had extended her contract to turn letters for another 2 years, keeping her by Seacrest's side until at least 2026. I'm Kevin Carr.
Watching Utah's money, some big changes could be coming to the FAFSA application. And now that determines how much financial aid students can get. Now, the application will now open in December instead of October. There will be also 40 questions asked instead of 100. KSL Drive's highway regulators are out with a list of the safest cars on the road. Among the safest cars were several models made by Toyota, Lexus, Honda, Acura, and Mazda. The Insurance Institute for Highway Safety tested factors like side impact safety and emergency brakes. Streaming service Max will start live streaming sports. They're teaming up with Bleacher Report Sports. People can watch baseball, basketball, soccer, and hockey games there. Existing subscribers will get the package free until the end of February, and then it will cost $10 a month. Taking a look at your money at this moment, the Dow up by 163 points, about 0.5%, sitting at 34,681. S&P 500 up by 2. The NASDAQ is down by 27 points. The Rugby Alliance making history in Sandy with the world's biggest rugby scrum.
2,938 players and fans swarmed the America First field. It was after the USA Eagles men's national team pulled off a win against French team Stade Toulousain over the weekend. Utah Warriors Rugby shared a video of one of the players running through the scrum. The money raised from the event will help a 6-year-old girl named Hadley, who is a cancer survivor, be able to go to Disney World with her family. Kate Davis, KSL News Radio.
Guinness World Records is getting ready to verify the feat.
Jeff Kaplan.
His Minute of News is great. It's always entertaining.
I listen to Jeff Kaplan every day. He gives you important news and traffic and the familiar voice that helps you enjoy the ride home.
I really like Jeff's Minute of News. He's calm and he's balanced.
I really enjoy driving home and just listening to what he's got to say.
Jeff Kaplan gets me home every day.
Join the community that relies on Jeff Kaplan. He has you covered. Afternoons from 3 to 7 on KSL News Radio.
Back in 2004, got a letter from the IRS indicating that I was no longer married, and therefore they were to change my filing status to single.
We were really upset.
I'm Utah tax attorney Jordan Wilcox. Listen to what actual clients have had to say about working with us.
As soon as we met Jordan and he started talking to us, number one, he made us feel like we weren't the imbeciles that the IRS had made us feel like for so many years.
I'm Jordan Wilcox. Let's solve your IRS tax nightmare.
We have reduced our tax liability by over $42,000. Visit
taxhelput.com or call 801-657-5951 to schedule your free consultation today.
We can move forward with confidence and assurance that we're okay.
That's taxhelput.com.
It's marvelous, just marvelous.
Hi, I'm Heather Kelly with KSL News Radio. On my podcast, Money Making Sense, I talk about all things money on a personal level. If you're struggling to make ends meet, my guests and I will provide tips to help keep more of your income in your wallet. Sometimes that means changing your behavior about money, for yourself and within your relationships. Money Making Sense also offers advice on how to save for retirement, traveling on a budget, and lots of tax tips. Follow Money Making Sense for free on KSLpodcast.com and wherever you get your favorite podcast.
KSL News Time, 1229. Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. We have had an emergency traffic situation. Let's get the very latest with Ricky Meese.
2 crashes northbound I-15 approaching and near 6 South getting into downtown Salt Lake City. Only 2 left lanes of travel are open. And at this time, we still have a parking lot right through the heart of the valley on northbound I-15 with delays now passing 33rd South. Again, consider avoiding northbound I-15 and using an alternate route. Is your car due for some extra love? Burt Brothers is here for your vehicle's routine maintenance, all done by our ASE certified technicians. Burt Brothers, affordable, complete auto care, done better. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Partly cloudy this afternoon with a high of 82 and a slight chance to see a shower roll in off the mountaintops. 66 overnight, partly cloudy. Tomorrow, 72 and a chance for thunder, breezy out of the south. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, very pleasant 79 degrees downtown.
You're listening to Utah's New News with Maria Chaleos on KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good afternoon, KSL News Time, 1230. KSL's top story this hour. It is politics on KSL News Radio. Congressman Chris Stewart, who left office Friday, has announced that he will head up a new government affairs firm and is partnering with a former top U.S. official. KSL News Radio's Lindsay Ertz has details.
Stewart is starting a new government relations firm called Skyline Capital with his former chief of staff. They've announced a partnership with former National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien's firm, which consults and lobbies for the defense, technology, and aerospace industries. In a statement, Stewart says he's both grateful and proud to form this strategic partnership with his dear friend. Stewart cannot directly lobby his former colleagues in Congress for 1 year. However, he can lobby the Biden administration right away and can advise others on how to lobby. This new job is listed on the storied K Street in D.C., known as the Center for Lobbying and Advocacy Groups. Lindsay Ertz, KSL News Radio.
Former Salt Lake City Mayor Ralph Becker is endorsing incumbent Mayor Erin Mendenhall in her campaign for re-election. Becker made the announcement this morning in front of the City and County building. Mendenhall is running against former Salt Lake City Mayor Rocky Anderson and community activist Michael Valentine. KSL's top national stories. The Federal Reserve left its key interest rate unchanged for the second time in the past 3 meetings. Experts say it's a sign that the bank is moderating the fight against inflation as price pressures have eased. The Fed officials say they expect to raise rates one more time this year. U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland is in the hot seat with the House Judiciary Committee. He's facing questions from Republicans who accuse him of weaponizing the Justice Department against former President Trump and going too lenient on President Biden and his son Hunter.
He's really trying to push back on this notion that the Justice Department is playing favorites with Republicans and or Democrats. One of the things that some of his supporters and some in the department are pointing out is the fact that you have a special counsel looking at President Biden in regards to classified documents. You have a special counsel looking into his son, and they're simply saying that Republicans' accusations thus far, they haven't been able to present proof.
ABC's Chief Justice correspondent Pierre Thomas reporting. Negotiations continue between the big three automakers, and the United Auto Workers Union. Workers are still picketing outside several Ford, GM, and Stellantis plants across the country. Keisha Mitchell was involved in the first walkout.
It's about corporate greed. They making billions of dollars off of our backs.
United Auto Workers President Shawn Fain says the union strike will likely expand to other plants if serious progress isn't made in the contract negotiations by the end of the week. Other local stories KSL is following. Utah will have its start to fall colors with a little dusting of white.
The first snowfall of the season will hit elevations over 9,000 feet, particularly the upper Cottonwood Canyons and Uintas. Meteorologist Michael Wessler says Utah usually has its first snowfall in mid-September.
As far as kicking off the season, it's not atypical to have these small events, but it's certainly not correlated with having a banner winter like last year.
Wessler says it's too early to predict what kind of winter we're going to have, so no telling if we'll have a record-breaking snowpack like last year. Alexandria Bonilla, KSL News Radio.
Repair work is getting underway next week on a major road at Zion National Park. Kolob Canyons Road was damaged by landslide after this winter's record snowfall, and parts of the road were damaged all summer. Park officials say they'll dig out unsteady materials and reinforce the base of the road where the landslides happened. The road and the surrounding trailheads will be closed during repairs. Northern Utah could have its newest highway open 6 months ahead of schedule. KSL News Radio's Heather Kelly has details.
The West Davis Highway could open as soon as December of this year. UDOT spokesman John Gleason says that's much earlier than they've been advertising, and he credits the hard work of construction crews who battled through supply shortages and record-breaking snowfall. Gleason also says the new road isn't just for cars.
We've been saying that we hope to have the project finished in 2024, but I think with all the progress that we've been making, the new adjusted goal here is by the end of this year.
Gleason says UDOT wants to give people options, from driving to walking and biking or to using public transportation. Heather Kelly, KSL News Radio.
There is a scheduled water shutoff at Silver Summit near Kimball Junction today. Water will be off on Pheasant Way as crews repair some of the lines. Now that means residents might have no water in their lines or low water pressure until 5 o'clock tonight. Oscar-winning actor Leonardo DiCaprio is promoting awareness to the effort to save the Great Salt Lake. DiCaprio posted on his Instagram page about the declining lake levels and encouraged people to sign a petition calling on leaders to do more to save it. DiCaprio has been an outspoken environmental activist for years. He's also recently posted about the Colorado River. First look traffic. Ricky Meese, how does that emergency situation look?
It is still just a mess with only a couple of left lanes of travel open on northbound to I-15. Stop and go delays start in South Salt Lake approaching 33rd South. It's all due to 2 crashes northbound I-15 at 6 South. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL News Time, 12:35.
Boyd Matheson helps you to think about the news differently.
Well, everyone's important. Everyone has a crucial role to play, but there's a time to move on.
Join an elevated conversation. Inside Sources from 1 to 3. Then Jeff Kaplan and his Minute of News on the drive home on KSL News Radio.
Hi, this is Doug Wright here with another experiment you can try at home regarding water. You can take 4 bags of water softener salt. Lift 3 of the bags with one hand and 1 bag with your other hand. Yeah, I know. Now, if you're like most people, you'll probably find that 3 bags of salt weigh about 3 times as much as the 1 bag of salt. And that's an important thing to bear in mind when you're shopping for a water softener. You see, in our home, we have Kinetico, and the Kinetico water softeners are so well designed, they use only 1 bag of salt for every 3 bags that other water softeners use. Now, I can speak to this because we have had a Kinetico soft water system now in 2 different homes, and I'm not a fan of lifting those bags of salt. This is just one of the many reasons you really should look into Kinetico. Their number is 801-576-8600 or go to softwaterutah.com.
The RV show may be over, but at Paris RV, the show is just beginning. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the biggest, baddest blowout RV sale this state, or any state for that matter, has ever seen before. Paris RV is overstocked, and the manufacturer's rebates are being held over for 1 week only, which means you still get amazing trailers at amazing show prices. Crazy, right? I know. This is nuts. Personally, I think Brett has lost his mind. Load the family and get down to any of our Utah locations in North Murray, South Murray, and Payson, and save like never before. We're talking hundreds and hundreds of RVs to choose from, and you're going to save oodles and oodles of cash. Did I just say oodles? Really? Get down to any of the 3 Utah Paris RV locations this week and take advantage of the incredible rebates and save a slew of cash. Did I say slew? It's the Paris RV show may be over, but the rebates are still on. Blowout sale.
The show may be over, but the deals are still on at Paris RV.
Stop in today or go online at parisrv.com.
Getting help with plumbing repairs is easier than you think. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Thank you for joining us for Utah's Noon News, recapping our top story. Congressman Chris Stewart left office Friday. Now he says he will head up a new government affairs firm and is partnering with a former U.S. official. KSL News Time, 1238. King Charles and Queen Camilla are beginning a 3-day visit to France. ABC's Inez de la Cuetara has more from Paris.
King Charles and Queen Camilla warmly welcomed by French President Emmanuel Macron and the French First Lady Brigitte. The two couples participating in a ceremony at the Arc de Triomphe, laying a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier to mark the shared sacrifices of the past and an enduring legacy of cooperation, according to Buckingham Palace. French and British fighter jets then flew above the monument. Wednesday evening, the king will be hosted for a grand dinner at Versailles before heading south to Bordeaux. Inez de la Cuetara, ABC News, Paris.
Just to prove that anyone can blend in New York City, Prince William managed to go jogging in Central Park without being recognized. Prince William managed to go jogging in Central Park without being recognized.
I decided to join the hordes of New Yorkers doing their morning routine as they went around Central Park. But it was wonderful waking up in New York on a sunny morning. Rather than the rain we had yesterday, and it was beautiful getting some fresh air this morning.
Prince also managed to squeeze in meetings at the United Nations and took part in pulling oysters from the Hudson River with New York City high school students. A lunchtime favorite is the subject of a major recall.
Kraft Heinz says there was a problem with a machine that wraps each slice of its Kraft Singles American cheese, and that problem means that it's possible a thin strip of film from the wrapper could remain on the cheese, creating a possible choking risk. Nobody's been hurt and the machine's been fixed, but Kraft Heinz is recalling more than 83,000 cases of its cheese. Company's website has more information on the recall, but says individual packages affected will contain the letter S and the number 72 in their manufacturing code. Brian Clark, ABC News.
Emergency traffic coverage is sponsored by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account, and here's Ricky Meese.
Well, crews have made real good progress at clearing these two accidents northbound to I-15. The first one occurred at 6 South. Then there was a secondary accident right behind that, and it involved multiple vehicles, had traffic down to only 2 left lanes of travel. They are working on opening up all lanes. Now, they still are on the scene, but for right now, we're starting to see a little bit more traffic moving again, and that's a very good sign. However, we still have stop-and-go delays back to 33rd South. We're waiting for the all clear, and still, a UHP is still blocking at least 1, maybe 2 right lanes of traffic near the 6 South exit. Just be prepared that even though lanes are opening up, you are still going to be waiting a little while before all these backups will clear out. With over 30 plus specialties and multiple locations across Utah, Revere has you covered for all your health needs. Revere Health, your partner in health, your partner for life. Online at reverehealth.com. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
No complaints today, high of 82. We'll go partly cloudy skies, and there's a chance to see a stray shower. Overnight lows, mid-60s, partly cloudy skies. And for tomorrow, how about some 70s? 72 for a high and a chance for thunder, breezy out of the south. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Mostly cloudy, 79 degrees in downtown Salt Lake City. Coming up on Utah's New News, we'll hear from the president of the Policy Project about a new push to get period products available free in the workplace. On KSL, streaming online at kslnewsradio.com and in your car at 102.7 FM. This is KSL News Radio, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Troy, I'm depressed. Bitches RV and American Fork is killing it.
What's depressing about that?
Stewart's RV managers and staff are still here, so we've got the same incredible customer service.
That's good.
And we brought in new RV brands like Ember RV and Go Play Travel Trailers.
Also good.
And now you can shop hundreds more RVs at bitches.com.
Still waiting for the sad part.
I'm used to being a mentor, but I'm turning into a manatee.
You do have the same shape. Bish's RV is now open in American Fork. Come see us at the previous Stewart's RV or at our North Salt Lake location. Bish's RV, where memories begin.
Introducing Yes Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. We're bringing all of Utah's favorite HVAC, plumbing, and electrical brands under one roof. Call the pros at Yes and take $50 off any heating, cooling, plumbing, or electrical system repair over $200. Get fast relief and $50 off any repair from Yes Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. The same great people providing the same great service that Utah has counted on for more than 45 years. Visit theyesmancan.com to schedule your appointment.
I'm a big believer in investing into what the wealthiest people in the world invest into. But it's not easy to know exactly what that is, and it hasn't always been possible for regular folks like you and I. But that's changing. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and if you've done a good job acquiring some assets, now is the time to consider private equity. Private equity is ownership of private companies that aren't traded on the stock market and in most cases are very exclusive. Examples could include ownership of apartments or nursing homes, dental practices, solar farms, you name it. Why do so many billionaires invest into private equity? Because of historically low correlation to the stock market and historically higher returns. If you have a goal with your portfolio but aren't there yet, call Trajan Wealth today. Call 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. May require accreditation.
Tim and Amanda.
We get text messages almost every day.
Yeah.
And sometimes they're letting us know about an accident they see on the freeway or the weather, and we appreciate those. But sometimes they just say, hey, TGIF, how you doing?
Well, and there are those times we get a text where we've made a mistake and they'll correct us.
And I love that too.
Well, I do too. It means a lot to us to know somebody else is out there at 5 o'clock in the morning when we open up those microphones.
Wake up with Utah's Morning News with Tim and Amanda, 5 to 9 on KSL News Radio.
KSL News Time, 12:45. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
the Camas mom accused of poisoning her husband is denying allegations of attempted witness tampering. She says a letter found in her jail cell was an excerpt from a new book she's writing. I'm KSL News Radio's Jessica Lowell.
Second, well-known actor Leonardo DiCaprio is speaking out about the Great Salt Lake. Third, traffic and weather together. Ricky?
We still have one or two right lanes blocked northbound I-15 approaching 6 South downtown due to this earlier multiple vehicle accident. However, traffic is starting to move again. The bad news is we still have stop-and-go delays back to 3300 South. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Our last day in the low 80s, then some cooler, wetter weather. I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, sunny and 79 degrees downtown. Time for KSL's top national stories from ABC News.
Interest rates unchanged. The Federal Reserve Board deciding not to raise rates right now, but leaving the door open to future hikes. ABC's Alexis Christoforous says inflation remains at 3.7%, still far off from the Fed Board's 2% target. And the board also weighed other economic factors, including the job market and recent strikes.
We got this ongoing UAW strike. We've got the writer's strike and the actor's strike. We have the resumption of student loan payments next month. Add to that, you've got a possible government shutdown, and oil prices have been on the rise. So there are lots of reasons here to be very cautious.
Attorney General Merrick Garland on Capitol Hill pushing back on allegations by House Republicans that the Justice Department has a two-tiered system, saying the DOJ applies the law equally. In California, the suspect in the shooting death of a sheriff's deputy in Palmdale this week made a first court appearance. Suspect Kevin Salazar entered a plea of not guilty. A judge denied bail. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Time for the KSL In-Depth. Advocates are pushing for a more inclusive workplace with the launch of the Period Positive Workplace Initiative. Joining me on the KSL Newsline is president and founder of the Policy Project, Emily Bell McCormick, who has been pushing accessibility throughout the state. And good afternoon, Emily.
Good afternoon.
Your foundation has successfully gotten period products in schools and in state buildings. Now, how is this project the next natural step?
So this is really exciting because we don't often see the state leading out on something. Usually businesses will be on the front end of that. But in Utah, we did it a little differently. We've had such great success getting it in schools and in state buildings, universities, those places. And businesses are such the natural next place for this to go. We really leaned in hard. We gathered with a few other international organizations. So we have representation on every single continent. And the idea is that we're asking every single business in the literal world to put period products into their bathrooms.
Is there any indication how many businesses don't do this already?
Yeah, we know that only 3% of employees feel like they're cared for around menstruation, meaning that they have access to period products. So 3% is tiny. So we're looking at 97% of companies are not doing this right now.
What is the upside for businesses in supporting their workers by stocking bathrooms with period products?
You know, we had a great conversation this morning, and University of Utah President Taylor Randall, who has stocked these on his campus, I believe he was the first business in the state of Utah to do it fully. And he just said the return on investment is unmatched, right? It's a very, very low cost for a huge reward, meaning there's presenteeism. Your employees are at work, they're thinking about work, they're staying in work, they're not missing work because they've had an accident or because they don't have the products to care for it. We know about 36% of women have missed work because they haven't had products. So the upside is huge and the cost is so small. It's the biggest no-brainer in getting something that really recognizes women and helps them feel seen in the workplace.
Any reaction yet from businesses?
Yeah, we've got a lot of people who are very excited. We had Morgan Stanley in Salt Lake who, through their work in their office locally, has now spread to over 80 countries worldwide, just that one local office here in Salt Lake. And so watching that spread, I think, has gotten the entire Utah business community excited about this, about the opportunity to do something to really recognize women and help with that kind of equity piece in the workplace.
Emily, appreciate your time. Thanks so much for being with me.
Thank you.
Live on the KSL Newsline, that is the president and founder of the Policy Project, Emily Bell McCormick. KSL News Time, 12:49. We do have an emergency traffic situation. Our traffic coverage is sponsored by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. And let's get the latest with Ricky.
One or two right lanes still blocked with what's left of this earlier multiple vehicle accident northbound I-15 at the 6 South exit into downtown Salt Lake City. But the residual delays linger back to 3300 South. It's still going to take quite some time for these backups to clear out. We also have a little bit of heavy and slow traffic traveling eastbound on I-80 from 2300 east over to I-215's East Belt Junction. How do you know if you're getting the best deal on employee benefits? Well, you don't, unless you get free quotes from every insurance company every year. Visit shopmyplan.com to get free quotes. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast is inching up on a fall storm early this weekend. We'll go partly cloudy skies for today, 82. A slight chance for a light shower. 72 tomorrow, chance for thunderstorms, breezy. 63 and a chance for rain on Friday, cooler. We go 70 but dry skies on Saturday. Sunday looks beautiful, 76 sunny skies. Oh man, break out the sunglasses for more sunshine Monday and Tuesday of next week with highs in the low 80s. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, sunny and 79 degrees in downtown Salt Lake City. The 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. Quick check of the market's mixed reaction to the Fed's action today, leaving interest rates alone, but saying still may need an increase before the end of the year. We'll check your money news coming up next.
You know, Deb, I'm a huge DIY guy. But one thing I'm not going to touch is electrical.
I've got the answer for you. You have to call Master Electrical. They have what's called upfront pricing. You know how bids can be a guessing game, and the longer an expert's in your home, the bigger the bill is? Not with Master Electrical. This upfront pricing is amazing.
Yeah, their pricing system won't even allow them to go higher.
They do everything that has to do with electrical. You need lights? Call Master Electrical. Ceiling fans, smoke detectors, generators, batteries, even EV chargers.
And all that pricing is upfront, and it's a guarantee.
Master Electrical proudly serves from Logan to Santa Quinn.
And they're always open, so if you have some emergency, they're there. So give them a call at 801-543-2222. That's 801-543-2222.
Or you can check them out online at masterelectrical.com.
Do it today.
This season, your coffee orders are getting warmer, and your outfits are getting cozier. The world keeps changing, and so does COVID-19. That's why this season's COVID-19 shots have been updated. They're one of the best ways to help protect yourself against COVID-19. You can get a COVID-19 shot at the same visit as a flu shot if you're due for both, as recommended by the CDC. Talk to your healthcare provider to learn more and schedule at vaccines.gov. And don't forget to get extra cinnamon spice. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
When you crash your car, you get it fixed. When your computer crashes, you get a new one.
But what will you do if you've been saving in a 401k or an IRA and the market crashes? If you're in your 30s or 40s, you'll be just fine. But if you're in or near retirement, you could be in trouble. Mike Stevens and his team at Capital Wealth Advisors are here to help. They can run a risk analysis to see if you're too heavily invested in the market. Don't let the ups and downs of Wall Street control you or your retirement dreams. Call 801-210-5500 today to schedule your risk analysis with Mike Stevens and the team at Capital Wealth Advisors. That's 801-210-5500. Crashes happen. Question is, are you ready? Capital Wealth Advisors, 801-210-5500. Investing involves risk, including the potential loss of principal. Advisory services offered through Capital Wealth Advisors, LLC, a state of Utah registered investment advisor.
The UACPA supports certified professional accountants in Utah through ongoing professional education and leadership development for an ever-changing financial world. Find a CPA at uacpa.org.
KSL News Time 12:54. A couple of years ago, the Beehive State was ranked as #1 for Halloween decorations. KSL News Radio's Don Brinkerhoff reports on how we're doing this year.
Many of the people I've spoken with are like Luna, planning to spend a little less this Halloween season.
Well, unfortunately, we don't have too much to spend, but I would if I could. Definitely. I like to create my own decorations for sure.
Others tell me they're going to be relying on decorations they've bought in the past, but the manager of the Spirit Halloween store at the Valley Fair Mall says she's already had to order in a complete restock because things are selling so fast. She says Halloween costumes and decorations are both selling very well. Reporting from outside Spirit Halloween in West Valley City, I'm Don Brinkerhoff, KSL News Radio.
Watching Utah's money, Starbucks was unsuccessful at dismissing a lawsuit over their so-called fruitless fruit drinks. A consumer lawsuit says their refresher drinks with names like mango, dragon fruit, lemonade, and pineapple passion fruit don't actually have fruit in them. A U.S. district judge is ruling that the lawsuit will stay active. Demand for mortgages is the highest it's been in the last several weeks. Economists say demand has been rising ahead of the Fed's expected announcement on whether to raise mortgage rates this afternoon. Fed Chair Jerome Powell is expected to hold those rates, and he did, in fact, hold those rates steady, but he did say there's still another rate increase expected this year. A Minnesota woman is accused of running an illegal lottery on Facebook. Police say Catherine DeBlack made $117,000 in 10 months. Players bought numbered spots. People could win things with a random number generator. Investigators say DeBlack had deceived people into thinking that their entry fees were going to charity. Taking a look at your money at this moment, the Dow up by 109 points, sitting at 34,826. S&P 500 down by 9. The NASDAQ is down by 65 points. A Krispy Kreme delivery driver had to deal with some unusual thieves while delivering donuts to a store. A mother bear and her cub must have had quite the sugar rush. They entered through the back door of the delivery car that was open. The driver says the bears ate their way through 20 packages of donut holes and 18 packages of chocolate donuts. Store workers and the delivery driver worked together to drive the bears away by blasting loud sirens.
Hey guys, do you know what makes Revive Men's Health Salt Lake City different? You. Every Revive treatment and medication is personalized just for you. Revive has the experts that guys go to when their current treatment isn't working. They have a complicated medical condition, or they're just not happy with their daily performance. Since 2011, they've helped thousands of local men suffering with the symptoms of low T and ED. Their goal is simple, to get to the bottom of your issues and fix them. Your best performance requires more than generic ED medications or a low-dose testosterone booster at a low-ball price like you find online. Revive medications are custom compounded, affordable, and guaranteed to resolve your issues. Stop dealing with the symptoms of low T or ED. Book your T-check and exam today. Call 801-263-7777. That's 801-263-7777. Or visit us at revivemenshealth.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
There's things you need to know every day, and you will when you subscribe to KSL's daily 3 Things You Need to Know newsletter. Every weekday, we promise to deliver high quality and high value content to your inbox. No ads, no spam, just the top 3 things you need to know to stay informed about the world and community around you. Subscribe today. Visit KSLNewsRadio.com or text the word inbox to 57500. That's inbox to 57500.
Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. We do still have an emergency traffic situation. Let's get the latest with Ricky Meese.
What's left of this accident, northbound I-15 at 6 South, has still been blocking a couple of right lanes of traffic. We are starting to see some traffic move, but we're far from being clear of delay. So it is a mix of speeds from slow and go to stop and go that still goes back into South Salt Lake. If you're traveling northbound I-15 and want to avoid this, hop off at 33rd. No, don't go past 33rd and take either State or 7th East for a better route. It's everyone's favorite season. Now's the time, and this is the place for Little Haunts, an autumn adventure coupled with not-so-scary fun. Visit thisistheplace.org for information. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Today's high 82 degrees, 10% chance of showers, up to a 40% chance of showers tomorrow. The temperature only 72.
KSL FM Midvale, KSL Salt Lake City.
Listen at home on any smart speaker and in your car at 102.7 FM.
This is KSL News Radio,
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 1 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bomas. KSL's top story this hour, big-name celebrity speaking out about the effort to save the Great Salt Lake.
Climate change is real. It is happening right now. It is the most urgent threat facing our entire species.
Leonardo DiCaprio has been speaking out on environmental issues for years, including in his 2016 Oscar speech. DiCaprio now taking to Instagram to promote the Great Salt Lake and draw attention to its low water levels. He's encouraging people to sign a petition by the Sierra Club that calls on leaders to do more to save the lake. The Sierra Club is one of the groups suing state water managers, claiming they've failed to keep it at a healthy level. The agencies are defending their efforts to save the lake. Charges have been refiled against the former president of the Utah Farm Bureau, Ron Gibson. The earlier charges of assault were filed in Hooper, but the county attorney has now filed them in an unincorporated Weber County after realizing the alleged assault did not happen within Hooper's city limits. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. Free COVID tests from the government will soon be available again to Americans. ABC News White House correspondent Karen Travers.
The website for free COVID tests from the government, covidtest.gov, will be relaunched in the coming weeks, and Americans will again be able to order free tests to be sent to their homes. HHS Secretary Javier Becerra was getting his COVID shot Wednesday in Washington and told reporters the Biden administration will make available some of the tests it has in a stockpile. No details yet on how many tests will be available, when the website will relaunch, and how much this will cost. Karen Travers, ABC News, Washington.
Your money at this moment. The Dow Jones average, not up as far as it was earlier in the day, but still up 123 points right now. The NASDAQ, though, has been dropping, down 58 points at this hour. And our KSL weather, we could see some winds along with thunderstorms this afternoon. That's next. KSL News Time, 1:02.
What do you need to hear in the morning to feel ready for the day?
Important news that happened overnight, the traffic you'll hit on the roads.
You'll be ready for your day with us.
Join Utah's Morning News 5 to 9 on KSL News Radio.
Jeff Kaplan.
His Minute of News is great. It's always entertaining.
I listen to Jeff Kaplan every day.
He gives you important news and traffic and the familiar voice that helps you enjoy the ride home.
I really like Jeff's Minute of News. He's calm and he's balanced.
I really enjoy driving home and just listening to what he's got to say.
Jeff Kaplan gets me home every day.
Join the community that relies on Jeff Kaplan. He has you covered. Afternoons from 3 to 7 on KSL News Radio.
They say you slow down as you get older, and it's true. But taking life a little slower here at Summit Vista has been incredibly rewarding. At my age, I know what I like, and it's all here. They call this a life plan community, and I'm liking the concept. I've always been a practical person, and now it's time to treat myself. At Summit Vista, I have a beautiful apartment. It's spacious and contemporary. It feels like me. I have all the independence I want, no more maintenance headaches, no more days spent cleaning. I eat delicious meals with my friends. The staff here feels like family. The socializing and amenities are endless. Frankly, anyone who says luxury living is overrated hasn't been to Summit Vista. I've rebooted my life, and I'm revisiting my younger self with the wisdom of an older woman. And I gotta tell you, feels pretty cool.
Experience retirement living at the top. Visit summitvista.com today.
Swing a loop and ride for excitement at Beatty Days 2023, Friday, October 27th through the 30th. It's old-fashioned fun with cowboy shootouts, the ICS chili cook-off, 2K, 5K race, live music, bed races, a desert art show, classic car show, cornhole toss, model railroads, vendors, contests, and a pet parade. Head for Beatty Days in Nevada, October 27th through the 30th, and discover small-town hospitality at its best. Visit BeattyNevada.org.
Introducing Yes, Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. We're bringing all of Utah's favorite HVAC, plumbing, and electrical brands under one roof. Whether it's a small clog or a larger mainline sewer drain issue, the experienced technicians at Yes are ready to solve all of your drain problems. Take advantage of our 83 or It's Free mainline drain clearing special. Feel secure knowing the trusted professionals at Yes guarantee that if we can't clear it, you don't pay for it. Visit theyesmancan.com for details, terms, and conditions.
Join the Utah Symphony for the greatest classical hits from the 1700s to today. Tickets start at $21. Get yours today at utahsymphony.org.
Emergency traffic now brought to you by Granite Credit Union's new Dividend Plus checking account. Here's Ricky Meese.
We're in the final cleanup stages, and crews are in the process of opening up all lanes of travel northbound I-15 at 6 South from this earlier multiple vehicle injury accident near the downtown area. However, we still have residual delays back to about 2500 South. Fill up your bucket list in Box Elder County. History, recreation, and wildlife, along with excellent dining and shopping await you. Find out more at visitboxeldercounty.com. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather, a few showers possible today, and some of those could be accompanied by some strong winds. Dry weather, though, will remain over most of Utah. Clouds will increase with a 50% chance of rain by Friday. Today's high 82, tomorrow 72, 63 on Friday. Right now, 79 degrees, partly cloudy at KSL. I'm Dan Bomas, KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM, 1160 AM, and KSLNewsRadio.com. Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Inside Sources. Inside Sources. America's voice of reason. Boyd Matheson on Utah's home for elevated conversation. Inside Sources on KSL News Radio.
Yesterday's headline was President Zelensky of Ukraine giving a gripping and stirring address at the United Nations General Assembly meeting. The question beyond the headline is, was that all of the story, or is there more to the story? What did he deliver today when he got in the United Nations Security Council? Let's begin.
Think you know the news of the day? Think again with Boyd Matheson on KSL News Radio.
As we covered yesterday, and as the headlines told, President Zelensky was very compelling, very stirring in his address to the United Nations General Assembly. And interestingly, a lot of the themes, of course, were broad. They were very bold. They were very dynamic, as he often is in those settings, really painting a picture and telling the story of Ukraine and why it matters to everyone else. Today, a little different tone, a little more specific. But let's start where President Zelensky ended the day yesterday. As he concluded his remarks, he painted a pretty haunting picture of the future of the UN General Assembly if Vladimir Putin and Russia's aggression continue to go unchecked.
And the goal of the present war against Ukraine is to turn our land, our people, our lives, our resources